Okay. Well, that's the first one. All right. So, hello everybody. So the person you're seeing on your screen right now is Marina Crotofil. I am Brian Brake, your master of ceremonies, along with my friend Joe Gray. Uh, you'll have to apologize for what's. Maybe, okay. So give me a second here. Welcome to the planet. So pin me. There we go. Hi, hello everybody. I am Brian Brake. I will be the master of ceremonies for this conference that is streaming on Twitch. I appreciate everybody for coming out. There are a lot of folks in our chat that are here to see what we've put on this week. This is very much like a flash mob or flash conference. This started, I think, with Joe on Monday with, "Hey, do you want to do something to support folks in Ukraine?" And I was like, "Yes." And what came out of that was what you're about to see for the next 5, 6 hours, depending on logistical efforts. I am the co host and co creator of the Breaking Down Security podcast. It is a weekly podcast that's been going on for about 8 years now. We talk about all things InfoSec and security related. The Ascension, which Joe Gray runs, is an organization dedicated to spreading education about OSINT related items. He also does a few other things. I'll let him talk here in a few seconds. And yeah, again, just thank you for coming, and hope you get a better idea of the worldview that's going on. Some of our discussions today will be on items that may challenge your thinking, and as such, it may put you on the defensive. You may be hearing things you don't necessarily agree with. What I would like for everybody to do is keep an open mind, to please be respectful of our presenters in chats, and also to be respectful of the folks who are also in chat. And just remember that we don't all come from the same place. We all come from different walks of life and points of view and different spaces. And I want to make sure that everybody is respectful of that. So, Joe, would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely. Thanks everyone for joining. Thank you for joining with this quite literally pop-up conference on probably the shortest notice known to humanity. With this is something near and dear to my heart because um, I have several friends who are Ukrainian or have Ukrainian descent. Marina being one of them. We have another speaker who is of Ukrainian descent as well later today. Um, During COVID, actually pre-COVID, I had been accepted to speak at No Name Con, which occurs in Kiev. Um, and I was really excited for going. And then COVID was like, no, not going to happen. And as a byproduct, I made some really good friends within the Ukrainian cybersecurity and InfoSec community. There's a lot of groups there. Um, right here, this is probably some of the greatest speaker swag I've gotten, and it's actually literally called Awesome Ukraine. So, um, you know, I've never been to Ukraine. I have a lot of connections via friends to Ukraine, and I quite honestly, I just like to stand up against things that I believe are wrong, and whether regardless of how you feel about war or whatever, the people of Ukraine are suffering and they need the world's help. So um, I know that I am but a speck of sand on the ocean floor, but I want to help, and this was my brainchild, to get people that I know that can make an impact, that's willing to help to do so, and um, that's what we're doing. In full transparency, you know, within our community as of late, there's been some controversy associated with nonprofits, fundraising, and that kind of stuff. As an OSINT investigator, that's something that I take very seriously as well. So I conducted quite a bit of research in terms of who's accepting monies and for what, and their reputation and their track record. And as a byproduct, I also tried to find something that would require us, the organizers, minimal um, minimal responsibility for handling money, just for liability sake. And quite honestly, we didn't have the time to apply for a 501(c)(3) and get a bank account and all that fun stuff. So as a byproduct of those criteria, we selected Nova Ukraine as the recipient of all fundraising efforts for today. So you're going to see periodic messages come across Discord that are going to prompt you for it's not going to prompt you, it's just going to remind you, hey, here's how you donate. And they accept donations via PayPal, credit card, debit card, cryptocurrency, directly via Coinbase and Facebook. Not that I've rehearsed that, because I literally haven't. With that being said, though, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to turn this over to our keynote speaker, Ukraine's own Marina Krotofil. Marina is an industrial control systems, SCADA, and OT expert. Some of you may be aware that I have a list of people who I consider to be the most terrifying people in the world, and Marina is actually on that list as well. With that being said, the floor is yours, Marina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, first of all, I really appreciate Joe for this effort. When he contacted me, I was just absolutely amazed. And the charity which he picked, I verified it also for him. It's a very good charity. They really, really do meaningful work. They do report for every penny spent, and they do really make something what is literally useful. So any money you donate today will be used wisely. It's all transparent. You can see what has been done. So Joe has really done a fantastic work. And with that said, of course, if I can quickly say about what's going on right now with charities and everything, we of course have the National Bank of Ukraine have a general accounts. One is to support army now, another humanitarian needs, and we get gigantic amount of funds. I mean, it's because so many people donate, it's because even if it is $10, $20, $50, as a summary, it's a big number if many people donate, and they every day report how much money were received and where they're spent. Nevertheless, it is still kind of slower way of distributing funds. So we collect money like crazy, for example, territorial defense needs a lot of for example, thermal cameras and some gears, for monitoring, we don't buy weapons, obviously, as civilians, we can't do that, but we buy a lot of gears needed for them. And we literally, people travel to, if they can somehow, to foreign countries. We buy out for everything what we find in the neighboring countries, and people put on their own cards, and then we try to compensate for them, or trying to get some sums. So there is always a need for local urgent needs. So if you see somebody's collecting money for some urgent needs, if you can contact those people if you know them. I mean, most cases also legit. Yeah, so maybe so I've been following on Twitter, and I've realized that everybody says well, it's a no slides conference. And when we spoke with Joe, what could be the topic? So it's a generous amount of time which I've received today. So what I will do, I will speak about, so Joe has asked me to cover the topic of cyber in Ukraine, what's going on right now, what was planned, and so on, whether cyber plays a big role, why yes, why no. And then maybe I a little bit can tell you a little bit as insider, how this war is happening, because even though I'm German citizen, and for the last 16 years I've been living abroad. So right now I am in Switzerland, and this is my 7th country. So I follow the job somehow, and but I always have a very strong ties to Ukraine. I work on Ukrainian projects. I work with Ukrainian governments. I always contribute as much as I can to the well-being of this country. So yeah, and maybe so this is how my connections are. And obviously, like right now I'm deeply integrated into this network and what's happening, so I can give you a little bit of insider information how the war in reality looks like. And then maybe I will start when we're talking about cyber. I will just start talking into the topic. So we need to kind of take a step back. So there is an organization, USAID, which is investing actually USA tax money into specific foreign projects which they believe is bringing good. So USA, after those attacks on the Ukrainian power grid in 2015 and 16, and overall because like USA has providing a lot of support to Ukraine, and since those attacks, there have been a lot of funds already provided to Ukraine, a little bit of equipment and so on. And now, since starting from last year, we have like this seriously funded projects to improve the security posture of the critical infrastructure in Ukraine. And I was hired as a senior technical advisor to help, especially from the technical perspective, how like conducting the projects and so on. And it just like fit very nicely into my personal, let's say, work schedule. So I spent the whole December in Ukraine. We conducted some grid wars, which were fantastic, simply fantastic, or done so nicely. I met a lot of critical infrastructure owners. We've been planning to build a lab. I've done several trainings and so on. So we started really very intensive work. And I actually was supposed to return to Ukraine in January, and I think maybe many people can guess that war was not a surprise. You might not psychologically believe it. You just don't want to believe in it. You want to deny it. But nevertheless, it was obvious that was going to happen. So the government was preparing, the military was preparing, and Zelensky has recently just also revealed that in the interview, like they've been preparing like crazy, buying the weapons, developing the defense plans for all kinds of outcomes, like whatever the fork in the course of war would be, so that they are ready to meet it. So similarly, with the critical infrastructures, we've been doing some preparations, and week before the war has started, I conducted a training which was attended by 65 top managements, like in security positions, top security managers from all critical infrastructures in Ukraine. Ukraine started from nuclear till railways and everything in between. So I've done a little bit like it was organized by the National Cyber Defense Center. So I try to make it a little bit like more tactical, like try to make people thinking out of the box, like how to have a quick wins. It was really fantastic. But by that time, I already could not travel. So I was supposed to be there in person. I could not travel anymore. We did it online. Nevertheless, we had fantastic atmosphere. Yeah, and then on the night of when the war was starting, because the first bombing started at 5:30 a.m. and we've been watching how the troops were approaching already, like starting from midnight. So I think the big question was like everybody was gambling, like betting, like will be there cyber, will it be hybrid war, will it be what will it be? So I spoke to several journalists, and I say that there won't be hybrid war. It's just like you don't even need an expert to look at how the preparations are done and understand, because you see, like it was obvious that the war will be pure kinetic, like a very traditional old-fashioned war as we know it. And the amount of troops which were collected. So if you want to conduct like a high precision hybrid war, then you would be, accumulated special forces which are supported maybe on the ground, maybe by cyber operations which shut down the lights while the troops are falling out of the sky, blah, blah, blah. But it's just insane. It has to be such an enormous level of preparation and coordination. It has to be so strategic. You need to plan so much in advance that this is just like, it's very, very elite and boutique type of operations. And looking at that, Putin has accumulated like 200K of soldiers and so much artillery. It was clearly that he was planning. It's just like old-fashioned, high-volume kinetic war where infrastructure is just destroyed. And we will talk a little bit more also. I plan to speak about like why it is so difficult to conduct such operations. So that was what my response was to journalists. And as a side note, you know, if you are not having like big, exciting or over exaggerating news to the journalists, they typically don't publish it. So that is almost, I think many specialists get disappointed. Like the smartest thoughts, the most pragmatic thoughts will never be published. You know, something which is just like not true, exaggeration, a show. And I think like we as a readers, we need to start demanding a better quality information, because honestly, whenever I read the news about cybersecurity, it's just like all the same. It's just becoming so boring. We don't even learn anything new, you know, like I find it's almost like disrespectful from the journalist side that, you know, like they should also understand that it's time for us also, that we are smart as a reader, as the audience, we are smart, and it's time also to start talking to us as we are intelligent adults, you know, and not some bunch of idiots. Anyway, so the point is that especially in such a mass, like, because you can see what even a mass, this kinetic war right now is just like total mass. So integrating cyber somewhere is just like extremely difficult. And if we talk about now, like, for example, we will talk a little bit about cyber, like defacing the web pages, the disinformation, like the Telegram, distributing some information. Yes, we will talk about that later. But if we will take, so expectations will be Russia using cyber attacks against critical infrastructure. And the point is that so my specialization is especially offensive operations on critical infrastructures. I dedicated more than 10 years of my life to that. I think there is, I've discovered and developed like a lot of unique attack vectors on these systems. I wrote exploits on pretty much anything that you can imagine. And many of them are still unmatching. And not because I'm trying to show off, but I think this is where, you know, this Soviet Union engineering backgrounds became handy. The reason why I'm specializing in that field, because I just purely capitalizing on my degrees. So when you take the cyber and kinetic, or like cyber, and then you take your engineering degrees, and you understand the systems. And writing exploits for this system is extremely difficult, not because it's nothing to do with programming. Programming is easy, but understanding the system, understanding how the system fails, you need to collect a lot of documentation. You need to have a specialist with you who will help you to understand the system. Developing the damage scenario, then translating it, how you implement it in. The amount of information that you need to collect for that, I mean, it's just insane, and it's very proprietary. So it's just like the effort of implementing this, even just designing this attack, is so insanely high. It's just like, so it takes a lot of time effort. So you would do that, like really, like when we're talking about Stuxnet, where there was no choice but Stuxnet, like when they failed any other possible alternative, then they went for this engineering approach, like with the cyber physical attack. But this is when they failed everything else. And it was almost 10 years in making. And remember that the first attack in Stuxnet has failed because they did not develop the reliable engineering scenario for a failure. So their attack was not even reliable enough. So they need to go back and redesign the attack scenario, the damage scenario, then re-implement it and reintroduce it. And you have to remember also majority of the things. So because when you talk about the war, it's not about just defacing a web page, which will be recovered in 2 hours, and it's just like all fun. When we talk about real war and you're talking about critical infrastructures, you want to have something long-lasting effect because you're trying to destroy something or interrupt something for a long time, so that people would not be able to use it and would not be able to recover that. So you're talking about like overcoming a lot of protections which are built in such systems, because the systems are built super reliable. And again, you need a lot of engineers who would help you for that, to understand those systems and figure out the scenarios. And the amount of defenses that you have to overcome is just insane. So basically, it could be mostly mechanical engineering defenses. So most of these attacks, even if you would like to execute it via cyber, you would need to support it on the ground with a sabotage team, like with with a sabotage team. So majority, like if you talk about like disrupting signaling systems, most likely, unless there is really horrible mistake in the architectures of the railway, getting to the railway signaling system via cyber means would be extremely difficult. So it's mostly you would better off just basically sending a person on the ground and disrupting, because especially signaling system goes across the railway, and just like basically you just need to disrupt one, so that's cheap. And like the kinetic attacks are very reliable, very easy. We understand what will be the outcome, we know how to execute it, and it has already long lasting history. So there is diversion teams, in the armies, which do nothing but those are engineers in the army, and their profession is to sabotage systems. So they go, for example, to the port, to the bridge, to the something, like they investigate the objects, they understand them, the design. And again, it's still an effort. It's not simply just and they look like, how can I do in the smallest possible way with a little bit of dynamite, or like a little bit of explosive somewhere in the night with one person effort. How can I, like, I don't know, disrupt this large bridge? Like they need to understand where the point of failure. So again, so in order to execute such attacks reliably in the time of war, the preparation needs to start like year in advance, at minimum year in advance. And you already need to have all of your scenarios, engineering scenarios, absolutely ready, tested, validated. It has to be of such a high reliability, because it's very important. You are in the war, you need to be absolutely tactically precise. It has to be very, it cannot fail. And developing extremely reliable attacks on the critical infrastructures is very difficult, and it's extremely difficult to test them in advance for reliability, because you would either need to complete a replica of the test bed or just hope that they will be reliable. So I hope, like, with all of this, and it's just like still high level discussion, you understand that and this is like, the point is that, like, you also have you need to know in advance, you need to have in advance access to such infrastructures, which is, again, it takes a lot of time. You can't simply start during the war, start scanning the perimeter, trying to get through the perimeter, or start developing phishing emails, start sending phishing email and hoping that you will be able to at least get into the infrastructure, and then start moving laterally. It takes insane amount of time. You don't have that time during the war. Plus, starting organizing these attacks during the war is extremely difficult, because chaos is everywhere. Organizing people, coordinating attacks and activities is extremely hard. So we do mostly, and I don't like, whatever activities I'm participating in, we just do everything over the phone, signal, and so on. We don't have command, and this is what is the biggest challenge. You don't have command centers. Nobody's prepared for war. I think probably the best prepared country for the war is actually USA and Israel. Majority of the countries, they don't have like organized command centers where you can easily provision access to all needed people or anything. So it's just like all ad hoc, everything on the phones. It's not effective. You can't have group calls or anything. So anyway, the point is that such attacks you need already to have access far in advance. You need to know the infrastructure you're trying to disrupt far in advance. You need to know it by heart. Learning critical environment of the critical infrastructure is strictly complex and difficult and time consuming. Then you already have to have, but then you have to have damage scenario, have to implement it and everything. It's just so super time consuming, so expensive. It's just not justifiable. So I don't think that in the any nearest future, unless it is super strategic object, like I believe there have been an article, USA was saying that if for the cases of, for example, of like really severe political or military conflict with Iran, they have cyber capabilities to disrupt their missile systems or anti-missile systems or something. So, but that is means that they started long time in advance. They have access to it. They have capability. They're confident in them, and they're just sitting somewhere dormant. But it started long time in advance. So you might have such capabilities for super strategic efforts. Other than that, kinetic is still your best, and sabotage, like general sabotage, is your best. So no, and as you can see in Ukraine, majority of our critical infrastructure is now destroyed by just simply via bombs. So electrical power plants, heating system, gas compressor stations, gas pipelines, water utilities, all of that has been destroyed. People don't have any infrastructure whatsoever. In many towns, they melt till snow. It's really a humanitarian crisis at the moment. And rebuilding such infrastructure, and you see, like, again, it was destroyed in such a way that you can't even fix it quickly. Like if you just make, even if it is you just shoot it, like with artillery, well, you might damage some components, you try to replace them, or maybe try to start some units of the available infrastructure. No, Russia is doing it in such a way that it is just simply destroyed and not recoverable in the any nearest future, which is tragic. So no, we don't see attacks on the critical infrastructures. We don't expect them. I know there have been a lot of questions, and I get tons of questions from the journalists about that. And I've seen the article. There have been a couple of teams. One is for like 100K bug bounty, and another is Ukrainian IT cyber army. So those two groups. So one is like those one which is bug bounty. At least they explicitly said that we are not associated with any government. I don't want to criticize or comment harshly on those operations because those, let's say, my countrymen. Nevertheless, like you always have to be careful when you as a public person saying, hey, I'm paying right now money to a cyber mercenaries to conduct offensive operations against like other country infrastructure. That is a cyber crime. You shouldn't be doing that. And I think the person who, I know that person personally, it's just that I think maybe everybody's going a little bit crazy with the war and maybe not thinking some actions through. But in general, the reasons why anonymous are called anonymous because, like they're confident that their cyber operations are not attributable. Yeah, we don't know who is the group of people. We don't know their infrastructure. They do sometimes strange things. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes maybe not necessarily, but nevertheless, it's not linkable. Anybody who is personally saying like, hey, I just paying right now money to execute such attacks, that is actually, nobody's allowed to conduct attacks on the others' infrastructure, even if it is just internet facing. It's a cyber crime. So I think this is something what was not thought through. And I think in the IT cyber army, they associated with our Ministry of Defense of digitalization, and they've been also claiming that they conduct offensive operations against Russia. I don't want again to comment on it because like it's an image also of Ukraine and which we're trying to preserve at all costs. But as you can imagine, especially if the group is associated with the ministry and you're claiming that you do offensive operations, it's damaging for the reputation. I think in this specific case, we are kind of should be okay. I think everybody's just so busy and nobody looking at these statements. But in reality, if somebody like a Ukrainian associated group, especially associated with some ministry, state in public that they do offensive operations, and then tomorrow Russia says, "Hey, I don't know, my power plant or whatever, I don't know, whatever railway has exploded," and because of the cyber attacks, and then they start linking it to our groups which claim that they conduct such operations, we might be in really very difficult trouble. So I think it's very important to understand that. So executing publicly cyber attacks is actually cyber crime. Like, I mean, it is a cyber crime. So you should do them only if you think that you are unlinkable. Yeah, this is why governments do that, because they have like necessarily operational infrastructure. Yeah, and never most the most tactical operations I can tell you, if I cannot deny or confirm if Ukraine is conducting tactical cyber operations, but be certain that they are not discussed in the newspapers. It's yeah, and nobody. I mean, there is will be only a certain amount of people, and on no need to know basis who will be participating in those and so on, and they will be approved by the government as, for example, as a necessarily measure of part of the, let's say, military defense or anything. Again, just to remember that that should be left, let's say, such operations should be left, approval and maybe talking also to the press should be left to the governmental officials. So now maybe if you go to yes, so majority of the cyber operations right now, like Anonymous been trying to do a lot of things, and I think I'm grateful for support. Please, they make it a statement. I think they are not necessarily changing the course of the war, but it is still nevertheless necessarily it makes a statement, which is good. Nevertheless, of course, if you try to block certain, I think what's been also done, people start posting photos with war crimes in the Google, like you write the Google feedback, and then as a feedback you put the photo, of the war crimes. But this is basically it's a legal thing to do, so it's not actually any cyber operation. I think so I think they've been defacing of the web pages. It's more or less supporting light support, but in the scale of tragedy, in the scale of war, this is still kind of negligible events. And the same right now we can also see Russia is also just doing something that we get a couple of malware trying to be dropped, but we could see that all the Russian government is now really desperately orchestrating the normal kinetic war, and strategic cyber operations are not conducted. It's just not in focus, it's not in priority. So some groups are just doing some best efforts, but it is still, again, not strategic, and it does not change the course of the war. Of course, the biggest problem which we see is disinformation is just insane. And in order to, I don't know if you followed, but last 2 days, so Russian government has blocked Facebook and Twitter for Russians. I don't know whether it's already over or not, but it seems like not. But they're supposed to have, the government was promising also to shut down YouTube access and Instagram. So most of the influencers Russian were prepared already to move to the Telegram, because they received already the news. But basically, Russian government is entirely shutting down the access to any public information or global information for their citizens. So it's literally becoming, so they are already brainwashed, and it will become even more difficult to receive any information like global information or express your opinion and so on. So it's really becoming the North Korea, which is, absolutely dramatic. Medusa is a very popular channel which writes realistic art, like true articles, like represent true information. It's now blocked in Russia as well. So I've heard there are some efforts to bring more news to Russia. So now, especially with most of the information sources being cut by Russian government, I know that several groups, I will leave it there, are working on how to bring the news into the Russia. They still need to know that, they need to see the truth. So let's see if that will be successful. But that will be, of course, very powerful. That will be very, very impactful. Because at the moment, it's absolutely true, and it's absolute tragedy. Like, even though, people want a little bit to believe that maybe it is a large amount which still believe that war is bad and they understand what Putin is doing, but it's really not more than 10%, and maybe only less than 1% who is actually active and going to the streets. So it's really 90% is really, really brainwashed. And you see, it's also important maybe to understand that Russia is very strong in propaganda, not in just like kind of in volumes and just like blatantly saying stupid things, but they also use this NLP methodologies, like to really write it down into your subconscious. And if you just speak to any NLP specialist who will analyze for you like how Putin is saying, or any speech on the TV, they can quickly tell you that, like how much this specific programming is done. And, like typically how it's done, like you say a phrase which is confuses the brain. It's like seemingly okay, but it confuses the brain. As soon as this brain starts processing it and stuck, your subconscious is open, and this is where you inject like this hypnosis phrases which write directly into your subconscious mind. And those which are like, when we talk about programming the subconscious mind, those need to be very specific words spoken in a specific tone. Again, this is just normal neuro-linguistic programming. It's all known. And this is one, when we talk about like that Russians are like zombies, they are zombies, like they are brainwashed. It's really true. And they really, really believe. That's why when you write it down in this subconscious for so long, it's just like you don't even understand why you believe in that. You just believe in. This is why 90% of the people, unfortunately, they don't even understand why they support Putin, but they just support. And they just think, so, like now when they start losing a lot of, access to like certain goods, and the stores and businesses are closes in Russia. Now, we used to be for them enemies. We were already, I don't know, like, how's it called? Well, anyway, and now we are even more evil to them. Yeah, now because of them, the war is. It's because we are misbehaving, and Russia needs to punish us. And now they are suffering. They think that they are suffering again because of us. They now don't have Instagram and IK and whatnot. So it's just like their hate for us is getting even more. It's just does not occur to them that maybe it's not our fault, but their fault. Anyway, unfortunately, it is really true that we can't really expect. So people also keep asking and speculating whether we could expect a massive revolution in Russia, whether maybe Putin will be killed. We are on our side here, on the Ukrainian side, we don't. It's obvious to us that there is absolutely no critical mass amount of people in Russia for that, not even nearly needed. And now, especially if you've seen, now if you are distributing any information which is inconsistent, like if you are distributing information about war and this information is inconsistent with what Putin is saying, you will be imprisoned for 15 years. And for any protest, even if you just go like with a placard and saying, I don't want war, it's a protest, for the protesting now, there is a new law, you go to prison for 5 years. So the penalties and prosecutions are just severe. So people are really insanely afraid. So yeah, I don't think that we will see anything like that any further. But nevertheless, so this is why the major focus and major efforts are on bringing information, the true information to Russians, so at least to start confusing their brain that maybe there is another reality. So those are where cyber efforts can be realistic. And of course, like really, let's say, impactful, those are actually at least bring something to the course of war. Instead, like defacing web pages, right now, at this moment, not so much. Of course, like one of the most ridiculous thing, and to be honest, I am insanely disappointed with Russian lack of creativity whatsoever. I mean, it's just like so blatant, like no, we are not bombing civilians, like there is no our troops, there is nothing. And what I sometimes I'm just like turn on into some like Russian videos, like what they reporting in the news, just like freaking insane, like when they say, like they literally show on the TV, like, oh, Russian Ukrainian people are they're so happy to see us. I mean, we know it, they are not. Everybody's protesting, don't want them, and they shoot at the civilians. But a couple days ago in the Kherson, so they brought 2 trucks. So while we know that Russian soldiers themselves have nothing to eat, they break into the Ukrainian stores, they steal food, they literally have nothing to eat. We've seen that they have this some packages of food which are expired in 2015. This is what they are given for a few days. Nevertheless, so they don't have food themselves, but they purchased a couple of trucks of food and brought them into Kherson, and they were trying to shoot a video how they distributed humanitarian aid because they need to shoot that video for their TV. And today was a spy. So if you know, like we have this Donetsk National Republic and Lugansk National Republic created by Putin. So what they're trying to do right now, they're trying to build also break Ukraine into 4 parts. And out of those parts, they want to develop, again, 4 other national republics. And one of them will be on the west, another on the south, central, and north. They just, you see, like, it's just like so crazy. There is even no creativity in that. And there have been a lot of, let's say, spies discovered with all the documentation which confirms. So it's not like I'm telling you the hypothesis, it's a confirmed information. And today was another one was captured with all the documentation. So he was working on creating this West Ukrainian, let's say, republic, which regions has to get into that. He was given money to hire internal, let's say, what they call, gosh, how do I say it in English? Well, basically they have to bribe a few locals who will help them to drive, like development of this country, of these independent republics and so on. Anyway, so it's just like so disappointing that they don't even have imagination, like they have this Lugansk or Donetsk National Republic, all the others has to become like Kherson National Republic and just unite 3 states. And they just want to do it exactly in the same ways how they done before. It's just like, do you have any new ideas? Like, come on, this is boring. Such a BS. Yeah, another spy was, I don't know if you've seen in the news, at the very high level, this person actually was participating in the negotiation. So that person was negotiating in the first round of negotiation and the second round of negotiation. It was confirmed and proven that he is a traitor. So today he was shot. And as you can imagine, when we're talking about negotiations with Russia, it's a very like person who participates in that. That is the most highest level possible to president. So hopefully we will find more of those. I guess this is more or less all about cyber. So yeah, at the moment we don't have, I mean, it's very disappointing, of course. We had such a big plans for defending our critical infrastructure. So like so many projects were laid down for monitoring. We plan to build SOC. We plan to build national like threat intelligence platform. Everything was in pipeline. We've been working on the execution. It's extremely disappointing that we will not be able to do that, not in the nearest future. We don't even have half of our infrastructure anymore to cyber defend. Yes, there was something what I wanted to say. Yeah, and maybe it's like from the day one, you know, like we people, we just like, so it's like majority of this war is done like really through the human network. You just pick up the phone. I have not spoke so much on the phone in the past like 15 years. Everybody's so effective, everybody's so precise. You pick up the phone, you solve the issues, you work on it, record messages and so on. You know, like you don't need a jeep PGP keys, because we are our trusted network. If I trust somebody, somebody's automatically trust person. We use Signal, and from day one, for any projects, for any tasks, tactical, strategic, humanitarian aid around the globe, like literally around the globe, we just build those network on a hack manner, which are now very stable. We vet them, we clean them, we maintain them. They're extremely effective. Everything is done through the human network, and even like majority of the targeting right now, it's still done because, you know, we don't have enough drones. We simply don't. So you can, at every given moment, you can be a gigantic country, and the border with, because Belarus is supporting Russia, so it means almost all of our borders, like Crimea, east and north, like south, east and north, they are all like Russian troops. So we have a gigantic area to monitor. So we don't have enough drones. So we very much reliant literally on people seeing the machines, giving a call, and then the artillery is shooting. It's like literally everything. The targeting is done through the humans. So of course, our channels, like if you talk about the humanitarian channels, of course, we do suffer from, like, they used to be open. We do see a lot of people trying to infiltrate them, but you notice those strange people immediately, very quickly, and we kick them out. We close the channels, and so on. So we need a little bit to take care of that. I guess, and you know, like it's really amazing. Sometimes I remember one of the most phenomenal things we've done when we found an airplane from the USA to basically, because we can't fly to Ukraine anymore, you have to fly either to Romania or Poland. From there, you need to use trucks. So we found an airplane from the USA to Romania like within a couple of hours. So it was just really phenomenal. I guess probably this is much it for me. Maybe I can answer a couple of questions if somebody have.
Yeah, let's open it up for questions. If anybody in the chat has questions about any of the discussion, I have one. I'll let you. There you go. I have the same problem. So, can you tell us, because you mentioned that it seemed like Russia was prepping for this long before. Do you have any insights as to what the Ukrainian people were doing prior to this happening? Because I mean, there was definitely a playbook there. So were they planning that this was going to be a sure thing, that this was going to happen? I mean, this was pretty much following a script, or was there I can't imagine they were caught off guard, but I mean, what do you know of anything that they were doing to prep for this?
Well, so we don't know much. I know only about few activities where I was involved, but Zelensky also said just recently openly that they've been preparing, they developed plan with military and so on. So they've been training. So all the special forces and all the soldiers. So army was trained, they were exercising and so on. So they tactically, mentally, they were super prepared. They were really put on this Olympic shape. A lot of sportsmen and professionals were training like also army and those who are expected to participate, police and so on. So there've been a lot of in advance preparation, like physical preparation. Other than that, you see, like Lenin done a very right thing. Like he says, like, you don't even inform your enemy that you're preparing. You don't. So in that case, you see, Ukraine is absolutely, they're fantastic. And this is where all the Russians confirm, like, we have fucking not expected Ukrainians to be like this. Because you see, at the end, both Russia and Ukraine, we are both product of Soviet Union culture, military culture. So we are all working on the same workbooks, the same foundation. The problem with Russia is that they got stuck in 80s. If you look at the, they have old machines, they have old tactics, they use everything old. It's just like so obvious. If you look, like, there's been a funny video where they look at so every soldier commander is given a bag, and you look what is in that bag inside, and they have pencils, like paper, some old book with military tactics. It's just insane. Ukraine, in contrast, like, we took the best of our foundational, which is phenomenally good, and we added creativity, modern science, like modern developments and so on. And that is the big difference. We are a modern army, and they are stuck in 80s. So this is where, and Zelensky done really gain amazing job in not even showing that we are prepared. The reason why he was so irritated, and this is where kind of, I don't know why USA, I don't want to criticize USA, but this is what was irritating Zelensky, like, when USA was continuously setting up a date of invasion, and Zelensky was saying, well, I don't know the date, show me the documents. The reason why we needed to maintain strong economy so that our currency will remain strong, because we were still buying weapons and causing this chaos, withdrawal with funds, and so on, like, companies stopping their activities and so on, would destabilize our economy and purchasing power. So he was trying to maintain the strong economy as long as possible. So he's done a fantastic work in that. So with critical infrastructures, we've done a little bit of trainings, we intensified, like awareness. When I was in December, we've been doing some intensively, let's say, in-depth technical few trainings and few things I've done with necessarily organizations. So we've been, at least certain extent, was going in a high alert in this highly technical, highly defensive tactical mind. This is what we've been all getting into. So tactical mindset.
Okay, excellent. So we do have a question from our chat, Green Tulip Zero. Who can we trust on social media regarding the war? And I would like to go further by, there's going to be potentially people even watching this that would be, it would get back to other folks. But I was just thinking that, we've heard in the U.S. media that they're expelling, CNN and Canadian Broadcasting and BBC from Russia because there's new laws in place that fake news, quote unquote, from whatever point of view you're coming from, is no longer allowed in Russia. Are there legitimate bloggers or news sources that are still coming out of Russia that we could potentially look at, or how are people going to be getting news outside of Russia now, in your opinion, that makes sense and is real and not manufactured or created by the people in charge?
Yeah, so I think so. I think he has an Instagram and also like a blog. His name is Varlamov. He writes truthfully. Maybe if I put here in chat, and maybe you can post it in another chat.
Yeah. Names would be good. I appreciate that.
There is Medusa. Well, I don't know how we were to. Well, I follow them right now in the Telegram. But other than that, you see, like, since I'm not a professional journalist and I have so many tactical tasks to work on, I think I don't really follow that much. So I know that Varlamov, he's been always truthful, because in his blog, he actually go from city to city. He actually shows how fucked up Russia is in reality, like how it is not maintained. It's really very funny that one of their captured soldiers, he told his dad, can you imagine They have roads in the villages and lights. For them it was just
Wow.
like, wow, the village is so modern, like, and we are like, should it be different? you know so Medusa, this is why they are right now they're not allowed, they blocked entirely in Russia. Other than that, maybe I'm not the best source of information. And again, I think, for example, I know that sometimes people also asking me, hey, which Telegram channels to follow, or maybe which people. I think, again, since I'm not a professional reporter on the news, I tweet from time to time, and you see, I can quickly understand whether information is authentic or not, because I have the language, like I see the voice recording, I see the videos and so on, I see the emotions. So the local aspects of the authenticity is very important, because like Russian language, Ukrainian language, because even if you maybe see the person maybe visibly shaken, you need really to combine it with voice to understand whether the person is lying or not, or like with intonation, which word they're using. So yeah, so this is how I know where something to trust or not. But I do understand, and this is where I find this is a big challenge right now. It's very disappointing. Putin has increased this game of fake news so high that now literally people don't know what to believe. Like, it's literally, when people look at the piece of information, they just like, well, I don't know, it's 50% that it is true, 50% it's not, it can be anything. And that is a big problem right now. Even reporting from Ukraine, sometimes I post somebody, then the journalists write me, are you sure this is true? Are you sure? It's like, I can swear, but again, I can't. You see, like, I'm not Bellingcat. I cannot spend 4 days of verifying whether the video is authentic. From what I hear and read and see, it's authentic. So now, of course, it's this really gigantic problem, whether something like people believe something true or not. So today, when we at Ukraine announced that people from a few towns in South Ukraine could not be evacuated because Russia has violated their promised peace, like basically Caesar, whatever, stopping of fires for evacuation for this corridor. And Western newspapers wrote that allegedly this is why the evacuation has stopped. So they are now doubting our words. It's just like, are you crazy? Would we be saying anything like, has Ukraine give you any reason to ever doubt our reporting? Did we? But because of Putin, we now doubt everything. We don't know anymore what to trust.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I want to be cognizant of everybody's time and your time, and I appreciate you joining us all the way from Switzerland. It's fairly, I would say, later there than it is here at 2:00 Pacific time. Can you tell us what you know about the Nova Ukraine organization and what they do to help folks in Ukraine with what will they do with this money that people will be donating? I'm just trying to give people some confidence there, because there have been more than a few charities out there that look like charities that aren't really. So just trying to give some people some ideas and confidence about what their money will be going to.
Like, to be honest, like when I was reading through it, so one of the activities which still in my mind is what, like, because Ukraine right now is #1 IT outsourcing company in Europe. We have a lot of highly qualified people, and a lot of people are going into the IT. So and because language, like English language, is still a problem, so they've been translating a lot of really practical, useful books into Ukrainian language. Unfortunately, like, we need to translate most of the standards still language. So they've been doing a lot of like improving the. You see, like, I don't know how this will be, what they will prioritize in these critical times. Like, it's difficult, but they've been trying to be as much useful and pragmatic to improve the economy and the educational level. For example, that is one of the activities which I've noticed. They've been also organizing workshops for children, to start early than being engaged, for example, in the IT like science and so on.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, hopefully when this is over, I mean, it's going to potentially take years to fix the damage that has occurred. So yeah, it's we need to be thinking about the future of this and what this looks like once everything is over with, and hopefully that will be very soon. So
On a side note, with the book translation service, one of the three books that they have already translated is actually Python Crash Course with no starch. And as a byproduct, I've already kicked off conversations that once the dust settles, I'm going to offer up practical social engineering as well.
nice. Nice. Okay. Any last questions from people in chat? I know we're sitting here for about. Oh, okay. Let's see. Drunk Dialer says, "Thanks. I do have crypto, but is that a preferred method of donating versus PayPal dollars?" Okay. So that's a discussion about payment. That's cool. Yeah. No, I think there are several ways of getting material, to them in terms of cash. So yeah, feel free to go to novaukraine.org and checking out what they do over there. So I think we're good. Marina, is there any last thoughts you want to have before we let you go and
Well, I already see the next gentleman who will be speaking after me, and I'm insanely grateful that everybody is supporting this event. I must admit, last 2 days I was extremely depressed. So you see, like when such events hit you, like you first run in the adrenaline, then it crushes you, then you get very upset. You're just so focused on the negative outcome. So I just like literally recovered from there. It's very difficult emotional. We need a lot of support. So I'm really grateful to Joe for organizing this event, everybody who joined this event, everybody who will donate, everybody who generously giving their time to you for moderating all of that. So thank you, everybody. And yeah, I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Marina. Marina Krotofil, thank you for joining us. And if people want to reach out to you on Twitter, how would they do so?
So I have like this Marmusha. So yeah, Marmusha, my handle, so they will find me.
Okay.
And
excellent.
my
okay.
DMs are open.
Excellent. All right. Sounds great. Marina, thank you so much for coming. And yes, please stay safe and keep us updated if anything changes. Cool.
Thank you.
All
Bye.
right, thank you. All right. Well, that was a great start there. Do we want to wait 5 minutes, Joe? Maybe give people a break to go, take bathroom breaks and we can get everything set up, or should we press on? Oh, I'm getting a hurry it up.
Let's press it on.
Okay.
And they can hit up Amazon Prime to get some bottled water sent to their desk.
Okay. Well, I'm adding pins left and right here. So, okay. So, well, in the spirit of moving it on and keeping it going, I've seen Jake more than once at conferences. I think I saw him speak at a SANS conference when I got my GCIH in 2017. Jake Williams, know him as Malware Jake on Twitter. And Bryson Bort does a lot of great work. He also is one of the co-founders of Scythe and Grim, I believe. So we're going to talk with them about the very specific things of cyber warfare and malware. I'm assuming that we have an agenda. But so all I have on the slide is about discussing cyber warfare and malware. So I will let Scythe and Grim and co-found. Oh, the ICS village. That's very important. Yes, very very cool village there at Hacker Summer Camp and elsewhere. So Jake, Bryson, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate y'all taking your time to speak at our conference today. So I'm gonna stop talking and let y'all. We'll get started with Jake, and he can do a better intro than I did, and then we'll go with Bryson, and we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate you having me on. Appreciate everything that, obviously, Brian, you and Joe putting all this together very last minute, obviously, because none of us knew this was going to go down, right? Obviously, I say none of us knew. I think a lot of us suspected, but wanted to believe otherwise for good reason. Yeah, so my name is Jake Williams. I do lots of fun stuff in InfoSec. And the reason I'm here to discuss cyber war, which interestingly enough was not not my topic, but I'll chat with Bryson about this any day of the week, right? As far as how realistic is this, et cetera. Anyway, my background on this, or the reason that I'm here to discuss, I guess that it's pretty public now that I used to be a hacker for the government, and so have a little bit of firsthand experience with that stuff. And so, anywho, happy to chat about that, and not the experience part, but the what should we see part, because as you can see, clearly too pretty for jail, right? So we're not going into anything classified today. Anyway,
Excellent.
Bryson.
Former Army officer. The two things I can state publicly is that I oversaw the offensive operator training for the NSA and the program to have the embedded forensics with Iraq and Afghanistan. So as the operators cleared the places, we were the ones who extracted whatever data was there, whether it was a normal computer, whether it was a computer with a bullet hole and blood, or whether it was a black box that nobody had ever seen before, so we could turn that intelligence around. Taking this to a more somber note, because we are going to get a little spicy with both the plus and the minus of cyber warfare, is recognizing that there is an actual war going on. My family is originally from the Ukraine, so this is very personal to me. And there has been a lot of loss of life and of civilians. So if we could just take a moment of silence before we kick off our part, I'd appreciate that. On a positive note, I'm matching $1,000 for the Nova Ukraine charity. So everybody watching this, please donate. In fact, I know you're going to donate, so I already went ahead and did it. And now let's get spicy with the nerd shit of cyber warfare, which is completely different. So Jake, why don't we start off with everything with definitions, right? We have to establish a common definition so that we can debate the bullshit from there. So I'm going to throw it to you first. Your definition of cyber warfare.
So my definition of cyber warfare, it may be a little bit different from yours, depending, right? But I always pivot back to the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, availability. If you're targeting confidentiality, that's not cyber warfare, that's espionage, right? Now, this is where the lines blur a little bit, I think, because I think there's some folks that can say, well, but if you steal the data and then we leak it in a very targeted manner, that could also be cyber warfare. That's a tough one for me. I think that's a lot like saying, PSYOPs is the same as shooting bullets, and I can't get there, right? So generally, I look at confidentiality as espionage. You target integrity or integrity or availability. That's where computing systems. I think that's where you've moved into some level of cyber warfare. Now, whether or not that's an act of war that demands a kinetic response is something else entirely. But anyway, back to you here. What's your definition of cyber warfare?
So I translate it back into, I think, the military approach of it, which is that there are 5 domains: air, space, land, and sea, and cyber is a 5th domain of warfare. And the way that we execute warfare is that any tactical operation attempts to create effects. So whether you're a computer, whether you're a person, whether you're a vehicle, whether you're an area, it all has to do with the ability to deny, degrade, deceive, destroy the enemy. Because at the end of the day, just like security is defined by the threat, it's the same thing on the battlefield. And so my ability to do any of those effects on enemy capabilities is warfare. And so in this case, right, it's using the 5th domain, cyber, to be able to accomplish that effect to do something that takes the enemy down a notch. So that's my definition. And so that the follow-on question is, why has there been so much discussion about cyber warfare in Ukraine?
I mean, I think obviously the history, right? And I think that if it had been anywhere but Ukraine and anybody but Russia as the aggressor, I think that the narrative would have been substantively different, right? We can date back to 2015 with the original Lights Out attack, targeting a couple of distribution substations. You move up to 2016, we've got another, attack by the Russians, and I know that there's some very tight or very small amounts of argument about attribution here, but put those aside a minute because you're just wrong. But on the 2016 side, targeting the Ukrainian transmission substations as well, and then you roll into 2017, and we have MEDOC, right, and not Petya, and so with worldwide impact, it merits, right, and so these are all attributed to Russia. They all have a nexus in Ukraine, and so I think when you see actual troops rolling across the border, not to mention the cyber warfare aspect of, at least with distributed denial of service, tied to Estonia and Georgia, as well, tight with Russian kinetic operations. I think it's an easy thing to see why people were and rightfully so, fairly up in arms about this could happen again.
No pun about up in arms.
No, I wasn't actually intended, right? But so, I mean, I wish I'd intended it, but yes, go ahead, fire away.
I'll give you credit anyway. So yeah, of course, we have the historical context of Russian operations causing actual damage in Ukraine in the past. I think it's also fresh in the American public's mind because we saw the shift with cyber warfare being done against the population through disinformation and misinformation. I think we are still unraveling the levels of assets that were employed at that. And it's been really interesting seeing how that's been affected. The end of the day, I translate that one to that a hacker can't hack what they can't touch, right? And we saw that same thing in information because red can't literally walk up to blue. They have to have some way of washing it. And so we saw a lot of that in the mis and disinformation campaigns. And so going into Ukraine, I think there's the expectation that we would see a redux of 2014 and 15. I think that we would see the disinformation and misinformation campaigns. And of course, and the fact that we all, I think, well, not we all, that there was a prevailing opinion that Putin would not actually invade. And so causing different kinds of proxy effects and different kinds of application to achieve goals would be done through a cheaper, in quote, asymmetric approach when he actually did invade. And when we look at the approach that he used, he didn't need cyber warfare, at least in his calculation. We could argue that perhaps things would have gone better, but let's peel back something else there. So I don't have any classified insight here that I'm sharing. But what has?
By the way, let's just both disclaim that now, right?
Asterisk. This does not represent the official views of the American government. This is not classified information. Jake and I know shit. We're just talking here and opinionating as private citizens.
Right.
How was that? Was that a good
experience in this domain?
Yeah,
right?
Sounds great.
So, yeah.
They're using civilian telecommunications to support their forces, which when we get into a cyber warfare impact, that means you can't attack the telecommunications infrastructure because you need it yourself.
Yes.
Traditional electronic warfare means are also going to be challenging when you are going to be doing it to yourself as well. Hardened military communications are actually built to work in a contested environment. There's not just going to the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are all built into frequency signal hopping, so that I can work those things around it. So I think that's where there was the lead up to why we expected this, and then I already sort of broached into the third part, which is why didn't it happen? So I'm going to throw that back to you, Jake.
Well, first off, what you said about the you can't target the civilian communication infrastructure when in fact your own forces are using it, depending on it. That's something I chatted with Wired about last week, right? They're like, why aren't they at least targeting the telcos? I'm like, have you looked around? Like, every Russian soldier out there, right, it has a phone in their hand, right? I say not every, but I mean, to the point that we saw, as they rolled across the border, right? We actually saw, traffic jams on Google Maps, right? And I know some folks are like, oh, that's probably that's probably just folks behind these large convoys. I'm like, A, who's like driving behind a convoy, right? And B, the traffic jam continued right across the border, right? So, and then also anybody who's like arguing, no, because they told the troops to turn their cell phones on, has never been in the military, right? Or definitely has never been in leadership in the military, because you don't get good compliance there. Definitely not 100%. And It doesn't take many to create that traffic jam in Google Maps. But secondarily, though, really coming back to your question on why didn't we see it here, I look at cyber enabling warfare, right, as giving you typically, right, say cyber enabling warfare, cyber enabling kinetic opportunities, right, as something that's a relatively short-lived opportunity, right? You destroy, I mean, outside of we're bricking something that you can't just go buy at Best Buy or what have you. You're really just taking something down as long as it takes to get that restore point back, right? And the recovery time. And so is that restore from backup? Is it build from scratch, reconstitute data, you name it? We're talking about on the order of hours. This thing had been brewing for more than a month, right? And in fact, I remember seeing more than 24 hours out the time of the time that the Russians were going to roll across the border. I don't know that cyber warfare benefits you there, right? Typically, I'd think about knocking out some kind of command and control or making it appear that we're coming from somewhere else, or there was no question about where they're coming from or the time of delivery. And I just don't see cyber warfare as benefiting you substantially there. Again, and to your point, anything that you take out at that point, is something your own troops can't use. So,
yeah. So quick side note here, because I think that a lot of folks feel like this is the first war that's being fought on Twitter, and not in the Twitter flame war way, but that there is this constant sharing of information and social media is really think about your sources, even from both sides. And that social media has not fully solved the fog of war problem, which is not everybody ever completely knows what's going on. A simple example is reliance on figures where people talk about casualties. And even in traditional warfare, there has always been a challenge with truly understanding what happened during a particular encounter. Taking a step back to the cyber warfare aspect. So cyber is a lot more complicated than traditional kinetic warfare. We can engineer and study that a rifle is going to be able to do XYZ with a bullet, causing X amount of potential lethality at X distance, and we can figure all those things out. And then when it's actually on the battlefield, it's pretty simple, right? Point, shoot, it hits, it doesn't hit, repeat. With cyber warfare, it's a lot more complicated. You have the first problem is enumeration. What am I even targeting? Because any particular payload starts with having to exploit the system and then conduct whatever it's going to do in a system. And that's what we see in traditional enterprise security. And now we're trying to do that in a contested environment where, again, a hacker can only hack what they can touch. So my payload, my cyber bullet, has to actually be able to achieve success in getting there, understanding what it's going to do, and then getting through that system in an inherently contested environment, which is an additional level of challenge. Now, given its kinetic warfare, it needs to be able to be very synchronized. So war is not a mess of everybody running around and just shooting and screaming at each other. It's a very complicated combined arms maneuver with lots of moving pieces to successfully be able to execute. This is an example of where we've seen the Russians, who've traditionally done pretty well at this, and we thought that the similar tactics that they'd refined in Syria were going to be replicated with similar success, and it hasn't, because that level of coordination and combined arms maneuver has not happened as far as we can tell. Now, again, speaking as a private citizen with what I can just read in open systems intelligence. So I am doing a little bit of armchair generaling there. So very complicated problem when you're looking at trying to introduce cyber into what has mostly just worked in more of a gray zone kind of perspective, where I can pick and choose and timing is not necessarily important. The other aspect is that we have what are called the phases of battle damage assessment. So the first phase of battle damage assessment is hit or miss, and then the other two are levels of degradation. Going back to my earlier definition of cyber warfare of particular effects, well, I need to understand exactly how those effects worked to specific levels of degradation, denial, destruction, deception with the particular target that I'm trying to understand it, and then understanding that in terms of a higher level effect, also recognizing that, of course, the enemy, just like kinetically, knows that there needs to be backups and there needs to be alternates and other ways to do something. So the simple metaphor I use for this would be in a very basic operation of, I want to fly a plane from point A to point B, and I want to make sure that the radar and the surface to air capabilities are removed during that time period. And I want to use cyber to do it. I need to be sure that the thing is going to work, step one, right? Phase one. And then two, that the specific levels of degradation of those sites for that particular path for my air operation to work are going to be done. Now let's pick that part a little more. How do I actually know that that's the case? How do I know that there hasn't been some sort of fallback? How do I know the level that it's been done? How do I know what other things are used to do this? Now put yourself in the literal pilot seat. I am the Air Force pilot who's going to be doing this. For anybody who's ever had any exposure to the military, the grunts, aka the folks who do the heavy pounding, have a very distant relationship, just like most people do, with anybody who works in information technology or cyber operations. And so you're trusting the nerds over there that that's all going to happen. Now we're going back to that combined arm maneuver. Have we trained that? Are we sure of that? How many times do we get to do that before that doesn't work anymore?
Well, I mean, so are we sure of that? The answer to that is always no, right? We always have imperfect views of, obviously of networks. And anybody that thinks differently, think about where you work today, right? Do you have perfect understanding of your network and how taking a particular system offline is going to impact, is actually going to go impact the rest of your network and your ability to operate? I would argue there that the vast majority of folks don't really have that understanding even of their own networks, let alone you gaining access to a network and then achieving somehow that perfect understanding, with one caveat here being that the types of networks that we're talking about targeting typically have, again, as Bryson mentioned, designed for this this contested type of environment, right? So this isn't just so Brian.
Yeah. So thank those excellent insights from both of you. We have some questions in our chat here. So Pastry Death was asking about Russia's playbook and the people in charge over there. Rhymes with Stoughton. Asking about severely skewed reality is intentional warcraft, or how much you think is a complete lack of communication. And somebody also asked, Drunk Dialer asked about the ICANN situation there. So first we can talk about whether or not, this is what he's doing is intentional, or if it's just a lack of communication. And then we can maybe talk about the ICANN situation.
I better start with never assume your enemy is crazy. There are no crazy enemies. They have different values and different systems and different purposes. Anytime you ever dehumanize or think less of your enemy, you are going to set yourself up for failure. Putin is not crazy. Putin is not distant from reality. Putin is an authoritarian that needs to create a particular perception to be able to stay in power. And that is primarily fear. And wherever the facts, and we've seen this, I think, in other places, wherever the facts do not benefit, we just come up with other ones. So there is, do not think that he's doing anything less or he's unhinged by some means. He's doing exactly what he meant to do. Now, he may have miscalculated. See example of Saddam Hussein, who had a similar, thing back in 2003. He didn't think the Americans were going to come in and things blew up. But this was very intentional, and he is not distant from fact.
Yeah, I mean, look, first off, I guess I would say I'm not qualified in any way, shape, or form to evaluate his mental state or anything along those lines. But all that
you
said,
look like a psychologist with those glasses. Take credit.
There we go. Right. But seriously, all that said, I agree 100% with what Bryson said. Right. Don't begin to underestimate your enemy. And the other big thing I think that plays out here is that all too often, and I see this all the time in cyber threat intelligence. And other areas of cyber generally, but the threat intelligence, I think, is probably the big one, where folks in the US ascribe our values to the actions of others, right? And this becomes particularly problematic when you're starting to look at authoritarian regimes. If you look at North Korea, obviously Iran, certainly Russia, right? China even, right, to a lesser extent. And again, if you don't understand the culture, you are framing somebody's actions that they justified or that they rationalized through their cultural values, and you're trying to ascribe your own to those. Now you are the one with the misplaced or the kind of the skewed reality, as it were, right? So that's my only piece there I throw out there is try to understand from his possession, as difficult as it can be, right? But from that, his background and obviously political leanings and just even cultural leanings, and that gives a lot of insight.
Excellent. Somebody asked about the ICANN situation. I'm unfamiliar about that. I assume they're trying to potentially revoke website access or something like that, or domains.
Ukraine sent an official request to ICANN to have Russia removed from the global internet.
Ah, okay.
The first question is whether ICANN can even do that. Second question is if they can, should they? Because what's the precedent for this? And then the third part of that is what's the potential effect? Going back to a hacker can't hack what they can't touch, I say we should let them stay on the global internet. Why remove that? Furthermore, it's the only way that we can have any simple counter to the misinformation that is being peddled by the Russian government to them.
Well, and realistically too, I mean, to your point, right, is that ICANN could say, right, you no longer own, basically you no longer have these IP reservations, but that requires a lot of other people to also agree, and then not route traffic to them, right? I mean, unless ICANN, just turned around and said, hey, here's all these IP reservations and gave them to other people, which creates, and I wouldn't want those even, right? Because that now creates, as a business owner, think about this creates all kinds of other problems for you because this is now contested IP space, right? Again, there's just no, like, I don't think it can, Bryson, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Asking the questions there, will this deliver the effect? And I don't think we're there. So separate from the should we do it, I think is the bigger question is if it's not going to be effective, why even discuss / debate it?
Well, and let's go to what's probably going to happen, which is like we've seen in China, the further balkanization of the internet is inevitable. And this might be the catalyst that Putin forces them to do the same thing anyway.
Yeah. And to Bryson's point, that doesn't benefit us, right? Right now, like, I don't think it's any, leap to say that a lot of Western governments are relying on cyber for intelligence, right? Having ICANN go and say, no, those IPs, right? And possibly losing access to some of that, I think probably does more harm than good. As much as it might be feel good, like, woohoo, kicked Russia off the internet, right? You got to step back and think about it. And I know that our policy leaders are, our leadership and government and policy folks are doing this, but you got to look at the second and third order effects of this stuff, right? And even beyond. But, just immediately a second order effect is that, we lose the ability to gather intelligence at a time when we desperately need it, right? And I don't want to interrupt that in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Okay. Well, so one of the things that I think we have a question from one ZIUP. So we saw this, I don't know, almost 8-9 years ago with Arab Spring, where Twitter was being used to get around certain, issues or something like that. And we're seeing where, internet's being blocked by, Marina had mentioned it, it's being blocked and curtailed in Russia. Somebody had asked about using open networks and mesh networks and new technologies to help bypass, geofencing or geoblocking. Will that change the way things happen on the battlefields? And has anybody actually written any real research on mesh networks and how it might change, or LoRaWAN networks? I mean, there's a number of them out there, and they're only getting larger. So will these kinds of networks change how these battlefields are managed in the future? If you have any opinion on this.
I'm looking at Bryson here. Yeah, I'll take this very quickly and say I don't particularly have an opinion on, mesh networks, quote unquote, changing the battlefield. I think as we move forward, I think that, you will see more and more telcos not be targeted, right, by kinetic warfare. I think probably for the same reason we're seeing here is that, unless you're going to be a super long-term occupying force and go rebuild all that, you probably are going to want to use that same command and control infrastructure quickly upon either during the actual operations or the combat operations, or immediately thereafter. But separately though, I would very much caution the comparisons between, Russia blocking internet and the Arab Spring. These are dramatically different governments with dramatically different technical capabilities. And also just geographically, Russia is huge, right? And so thinking about blocking and, blocking the internet there, and getting, basically being in a satellite footprint for one of those, for good solid satellite internet. Again, just completely different scenario there, and it's a bad. I understand why it's an attractive comparison, but at a technical level, it's a really bad comparison.
So the face I was making is with the use of the word battlefield. Traditional enterprise country level telecommunications. Sure, there can be some technical tricks to get around this or that. They'll be found, it's constant whack-a-mole, and hence the reason that the U.S. government created Tor to create peer-to-peer networking to get around this. I mean, that was the original purpose of Tor. To explain, the mobile tactical high-speed data network that is used by armies are not connected to any of those things. They bring their own RF to the game and their own ability and their own backbone that moves with the military itself. It's not a traditional internet accessible thing.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, and I apologize. Yeah, I'm the one who made that idea, the comparisons between those two. I was just, we're going to be constantly seeing where, different things are happening there. So the other thing I'd like to ask, since we're talking about geopolitics, is it seems like back in World War I, World War II, there were less opportunities to fight governments that are being ugly, in this case, Russia. You pretty much had to go kinetic warfare. Now we're looking at things like cyber. We're looking at financial. We're looking at, data, monitoring and managing that. Do you see this continuing as we go along? And, Marina had mentioned a hybrid kind of model of war in this case. Will we see more fallout even after the kinetic has finished and we won't actually find out where the cyber bullets, if you will, landed until, a couple months later? I mean, are we going to continue to see the cyber war occur after kinetic has ended for years to come, or what's that look like?
So I'll jump in that. I think what you are going to see is, first of all, since this is an OSINT conference, has been the value of OSINT in tracking down assets like oligarchs, fancy yachts that are being targeted around the world and starting to be taken in. The other is going to be the really in-depth counterterrorism capabilities that we've developed over the past 15 years, where they're going to be going after the assets now. So we've frozen at a high level those pieces, but they're going to be, I think, using those same capabilities to track wherever those assets try to be hidden throughout the world. And so it's cyber warfare in more of a supportive manner than like when we say warfare, when we think of, things going boom.
Excellent. I don't have anything to add to that. And I guess with that, I don't have anything to add to that. It's been a fantastic discussion. I really appreciate the questions. And Brian, I didn't mean to, hammer on the Arab Spring thing. It's a comparison I've seen repeatedly online, and it's one that just gets in my crawl, because it's like again, it's an easy comparison to make, but again, from a technical standpoint, that those, the situations just don't have anything in common. But anyway, appreciate it.
Understood. No, I mean, if I didn't ask the question, somebody else might have. So, I'm glad I was able to answer that question. So,
definitely.
I think we're at time, a little bit over, but I appreciate Bryson, Jake, coming on. If people are more interested in, reaching out to y'all, how can they do so on Twitter or elsewhere?
Bryson Bort.
Malware Jake.
Malware Jake, right on. All right, gentlemen, I appreciate you taking a Saturday with us to discuss. And thank you both for your time.
Thanks for hosting, Brian. Appreciate it.
Right on. Okay, we're removing our pins. All right, Alexander Minster is our next person. Hello, Alexander. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm doing a bit of a mic check here, so is my levels okay? I moved all of my equipment with me while traveling with the family, so this is not I'm not a fan of 1970s decor. I'm actually just broadcasting from a hotel, so I brought all of my stuff with me. And
I was like, I've stayed in that hotel. Yeah,
I've stayed in that hotel. Yeah, so
Awesome. Okay, so Alexander, I actually had to ask Joe who you were because the what we have on the name on the slide was completely different, and I was like, oh, we got our first Zoom bomber, but nobody shared the Zoom link out, so I was appreciate that.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was going to lean into that anonymity because I saw like even on like the slides initially, they're like, yeah, we're just going to draw a stick figure for him, use his handle, and I'm like, I know I'm talking about OPSEC and OSINT, but I didn't think I had hid myself that thoroughly.
Right on. Yeah. So, Alexander, maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself and what you'll be talking to us about today.
Okay, so a bit about myself. InfoSec nerd and loves OSINT. One of the big projects that I'm involved with is Trace Labs, which we use the crowdsourcing of a number of individuals. I think we've had numbers that have come through our organization of about 20,000. I think at any given time, though, we had about maybe 600 to 1,000. So that's one of the big initiatives that I'm in. I didn't want to, as Joe asked me to be involved, he's participated in the contest that we have. So yes, we sort of gamify the search for missing persons. Really, it's just to provide a bit of a solution or a vehicle for addressing a very serious problem. When Joe asked me, he had been a participant and a big supporter of Trace Labs. So I wanted to take some time out of my weekend in order to speak to our disruption of the missing persons problem. And also, I've sort of shifted my thoughts for the talk so that this is less of a Trace Labs advertisement, more talking about like OSINT and OPSEC, and also just the benefits of community and keeping your skills sharp.
Awesome. So Okay. Yeah. So as a full disclosure, I have taken Joe's course that he offered online back during the pandemic because one, I needed some CPEs for my CISP, but it's really great stuff. I mean, I learned a lot about reverse image search on Google and other, how different, browsers will give you different things, also doing some social media mining to find people and some of the ethics of it. There is a fine line here between being good and being super creepy and weird. And so, having these discussions, especially with yourself, because, some missing persons want to be missing, in some cases. That was kind of eye opening because I was like, well, we're doing a missing persons. Maybe that person doesn't want to be found. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Or the person who's saying they're missing might be the person that person is running away from, or something.
Yeah, like and there's a couple of you focused on, and I love this discussion too, this back and forth that we have. I didn't know what I did not prepare any slides.
That's okay.
I was having a discussion and just talking, off the top of my mind, and fielding a lot of questions or cleaning things up. One of the points you brought up is one that we get: what if they don't want to be found? All of our missing persons, all of our operations come through a law enforcement request to where there's law enforcement that's looking for them. Likewise, that's where our reports are delivered to. It's not to the missing person's family, because we have found that sometimes their family is the reason that they have gone missing or gone underground. So we do work closely with law enforcement on those, and sometimes that it can be a little bit disappointing when you have those pleas from a sad family that wants some answers that are coming to you saying, hey, we want you to look for our missing individual. But if they haven't had that law enforcement request, it's something that we can't process further. I certainly look at the conflict that's going on in Ukraine, and conflict in general just is going to add a lot of trauma in a number of areas, including just adding a lot of missing persons there. There's going to be a lot of disruption in that, and certainly on all sides of really any conflict, heart goes out to those families that are looking for answers, because I've certainly seen as we evolve through the missing persons cases, you sort of see those tugs at the heartstrings as well for those that are looking for answers.
Right. Right.
So,
okay. Cool. All right.
So Joe's jumping in. He may be facilitating some questions. I don't know.
Yeah. Joe's the OSINT person. So yeah, it might be good if Joe could join us here on the call and discuss. So Joe, what's your thoughts? Any questions, comments? Nope, he's muted.
Okay. I mean, I do have just a number of things that I kind of wanted to just randomly touch on, but yeah, Joe has questions. I would much rather field questions than talk about my top of mind points.
Sure, okay. No problem at all. I had to mute myself to get my studio lighting back on. I had just taken my Trace Labs hoodie off and adjusted the lighting. With that being said, if anyone who's on the broadcast right now is in the Discord, feel free to either join the Discord or feel free to shoot me any messages you have asking questions. Do so on the Twitch. But in terms of questions, I've got a burning question. Sure. It's a question that's burning so much that I almost want to make a Blue Oyster Cult reference. When's the next search party?
So the next search party, that's a good question. I thought you might ask another one of the common burning questions, but the next search party will be end of March that we're having. So that's Saturday. I'm going to look at my calendar, or someone else can drop this in.
That will be on March
26th.
26th. Ooh, it's even better because I don't have training scheduled that day. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
So for those of us who don't understand the context of the search party, what is that, and how can somebody get involved with that?
Yeah, so the concept of the search party is really when we bring together or attempt to bring together all of these great minds that contribute. Well, mine's expert and novice, bring them together in order to simultaneously, just all at the same time, we're looking for an individual. So I believe we've gotten this down to about 4 individuals that we focus on, have everybody come in and participate in our platform, and they will find different pieces of information, different pieces of intelligence, all the way from a small piece of information, such as who their friends are, who their employer is, what their, if their middle name was unlisted in the missing persons report, finding that and contributing that to our report, all the way up to if they have references found to them on the dark web. If there's traffic chatter, sometimes we see some great gains on activity that's happened since day last seen. And ultimately, like the big flag that we have in there is if you can find like the current location. And to date, Joe and some others have come very close. They have not scored a location flag, but a lot of very good information, very good ability to provide leverage and traction to law enforcement for their efforts.
On that note, I've came very close to location. So in terms of point values, like, because I have a course about it, I more or less have them memorized, but comparatively speaking, location is 5,000 points. The next highest is dark web at 1,000 points.
Yep.
The next one below that is day last seen at 500 points. And then from there, it's like 150 and below. So the closest I've came, we've submitted a flag. We knew the location. We just couldn't hammer out an address or anything. I don't know if you were judging this one or not, Belief, because it was at Hackfest, Quebec, back in 2019. A missing person had left Montreal, and we had tracked her down to San Francisco. And like the day before, she posted a picture of her backyard on Facebook.
Yeah, I remember judging that one. And I remember, I believe you even like came in afterwards that you wanted to get some information, make sure that we had that locked down. Right. We're like, okay, so it's not for scoring, but again, understanding that the goal is to help law enforcement gain traction and hopefully reunify with the missing person. So seeing that, he says, okay, I might not score the points, but I still want this documented. So that's one of the big things that we work on, and we have contributed to closure of cases. That's one of the big things that we're happy for. I think in terms of us, Trace Labs stating if we, the successes, we don't publicly state that, but there have been some that have made those statements on our behalf and say, hey, thanks to Trace Labs, we've been able to make a successful recovery.
So here's a question. You say you work with law enforcement. Are there law enforcement organizations who, I don't want to say they look at you like you're mediums or psychics or something, but I mean, do they understand what you're trying to do and the methods that you use? Do they come to you because they don't have the time and effort to do these things themselves, or outsourcing or crowdsourcing is a better tool than hiring yourselves permanently for law enforcement work? I mean, what do law enforcement people say when you come to them and go, hey, look, we found this person, boom, here's our information and whatever? Do they go, oh, okay, nice, yeah, leave it to professionals, or do they actually listen?
They do actually listen. We get some good feedback from them. So a lot of the ways that we've structured the information that we're getting is based on law enforcement responses. Sometimes it depends on the organization. We may be working with some small organization that goes, okay, thanks for the information, bye, which we have that agreed upon as it's mostly a one-way information source. We're basically providing that report the same way that anybody else would call up and provide information, but we just have it more thoroughly worked upon. We have a lot of reporting specialists that create the report that then gets sent to law enforcement. So we're not just calling their tip line saying, hey, I found this thing. We're calling the tip, we're establishing a relationship and sending that information over to a direct contact in report form. And sometimes it's been jaw-dropping to them that they, call us back like, within the hour going, how did you find this? This is amazing. Like, you've just broken this wide open. Or sometimes we are asked by law enforcement to look at a missing persons case, and we may very well cover the same ground that law enforcement covered as well. Or we don't find anything that does provide validation for them. Okay. Another key point is that we're not doing this because law enforcement is lacking in some areas. So we're doing just as a supplement. Sometimes they reach out to us in we think there's a good social media presence. We think this is going to be a good traction for you. We don't have the resources. We want you to take a look at it. So then they ask for that type of information. Having oftentimes for our events, we have the participants capped at about 600 people, and that's really just for administrative purposes. We have the ability technically to support a lot more, but it's just having all of the judges and all the admin support. But having 600 people dedicated to a case is just profound. And some of the short documentaries that have been put out, you see the reactions of people just knowing that for their missing loved one, having 600 hackers, quote unquote, that are going to give up their time, give up their day to focus in on that is really moving for them.
And to that end, there's a couple of things that have came to mind on this. Some of those teams, honestly, that are competing, I mean, the team that the event that I talked about with the location flag, the team that beat us was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I can take an L to them. No problem. That's easy. But different law enforcement entities at state, local, federal levels, they compete. And then to that end, I've been kind of on both sides of things because people who have been around the Discord for a little bit may be aware that I've been in contact with a private investigator for someone who is listed as a missing person in the last event. I'm not going to say whether or not I submitted that via the tip line to Trace Labs, but use your context clues. And I work with their private investigator, and I've spoken with the family. It went a lot better than the family did talking to Dr. Phil. Still not dropping any hints. But to that end, they were very appreciative. They're like, hey, thanks for the event. Law enforcement's doing what law enforcement does. They have their objectives that they have to meet, that are set forth by the laws, by the regulations, by the department, and then they've got their resources. So, for Trace Labs or any entity to be able to say, hey, here's this stuff that we found. We did a lot of stuff for you. It really makes their job easier. And it honestly, it actually, from what I've seen on the training side, it actually causes law enforcement to be like, maybe we should look into this more, like into this type of investigation more for other things.
Yep.
And then that ends up getting more questions, coming my way for like training type stuff. But, honestly, at the end of the day, when I compete, do I want to win? Yeah. I mean, Believe can attest that, all it takes is a judge to reject one flag, and here I go.
Yeah.
I want to win, but at the end of the day, for me personally, it's about so much more than winning. It's about truly the hashtag associated with it. That's hashtag for good, OSINT for good.
OSINT for good. Yep. And that's one of the big overarching things as well. This, you're trying to think of, how does what Trace Labs, the work Trace Lab does, how does that dovetail into what's going on with the, conflict in Ukraine? A lot of that is we're just going to, constantly raise the bar for open source intelligence. There's been a number of tools that have been developed, number of interests. OSINT used to be kind of that quiz question that you had in your, in your information security. It's like, well, what is OSINT? And even for pen testers would sometimes skip over OSINT and go, I'm just going to go right to the tools. Now OSINT becomes a common phrase, a common term. And law enforcement's looking at that saying, hey, we have to leverage this. Certainly raising the bar. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to that point, I don't watch a whole lot of TV, but I primarily watch true crime and Law and Order.
Yeah.
I watch all persuasions of Law and Order. I've really been enjoying Law and Order Organized Crime, the new one with Stabler. They actually mentioned OSINT in the episode,
Yeah.
and I almost fell off the couch. I was like,
yeah, absolutely.
I feel seen.
Yeah, and this one of the points that I had was like, this is an instance of keeping your axes sharp, because now when something like the situation in Ukraine breaks out, and you go, how can I help? How can I use OSINT skills for this? Granted, you're always welcome to come in and learn OSINT skills. We take everybody, novice, but having that cultivated and go, hey, there's some people like myself, people like Joe Gray, tons of others that they know OSINT, they know the tools, they know ways to go. We're going to just run this to ground and jump right in, because they kept their axes sharp through a lot of these events, a lot of these discussions that we have, and that's great. All around in information security that we're talking about, defenses. We're talking about incident response. We're talking about communications, reporting things out. We know these things because we've been doing these. We've been keeping our axes sharp and building that community, which is just phenomenal to have something like this, even this event, just pop up in a matter of days, and to where we do that knowledge sharing and those resources. I'm going to have I have like basically one slide at the end where I'm just going to share resources and say, hey, here's where you find Trace Labs item. I've updated my GitHub with a lot of collected resources, so they can say, hey, if you're someone that wants to jump in and learn, boy, have I got a list for you. It's probably the same with Joe and a lot of others, just sharing resources and being welcome for questions too. I thought about that over lunch today. Is you have a lot of individuals, and I've encountered this in the past, where you ask questions and they say, well, here's a book. and you, okay, well, now I've read that book, I still have more questions. And it seems like pulling teeth in order to get an audience with the person that you want to learn from. Um, so I want to make myself approachable and say, hey, if you have questions, I'll give you resources, but that's not me saying, here's a book, go away. You feel free to
Right.
reach out with questions.
Right.
There's a delicate way for that, though,
Yeah.
and Brian, you can probably appreciate this from your Navy days too, because this is kind of how it was for me on submarines. Um, to get your warfare pin, for me, it was the silver dolphins on the chest. Um, you had to demonstrate levels of knowledge, baseline knowledge of several ship systems, and work with experts to get their confidence. They would sign off on your qual card, blah, blah, blah. But when you would do that, you would be expected to read things, to go look at it, to go try to do things, to simulate things if you could, to be able to get familiarity with it. I really like that approach with, OSINT and intelligence because, for example, the Trace Labs contestant guide, that is, it is a great document on how to, like, what to look for when finding people and kind of some of the resources. When I talk to people, like, obviously I teach it in the course, but when I talk to people that's just trying to find missing people, like the private investigators, I'm like, here you go, this is what you need. So given the number of crowdsourced operations I'm aware of right now that are working with things in Ukraine, if you need help finding people, that's a good framework to look at. Because I know there's the crowdsourced op on the Ascension. I'm aware of at least two other Discords running crowdsourced ops on it, and at least 2 or 3 Slacks running crowdsourced ops for various types of things for Ukraine. If you have to do anything with people, granted, there may be a language barrier, the guidelines are the same. It doesn't matter if a person's in US, Canada, Ukraine, Russia, China, or on the moon. Everybody has a family. They stay somewhere, whether it's a home or something different. Most of them go to school or work. They have a hair color, an eye color, and some have tattoos, and they were probably seen somewhere. So you don't have to gamify it to have the applicability of that contestant guide.
Yeah.
I'm not
Cool.
saying weaponize it for bad, but it's a good framework that you could use to work through
Nice.
that as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's a lot of things that can be done with, with OSINT or with a lot of principles besides, tracking down missing persons to help out with the situation in Ukraine. We're excellent at being a curator of information. There's probably loads of information that's coming through that we understand how to organize and draw connections of. Just be a curator of that information because you're documenting things that someone may turn around and say, hey, does anybody know anything about this person or this situation? You go, why, yes. And not only do we know, but we put together a collection, just that curation of information, which may prove very valuable if someone is looking for a missing person after all of this. Also, we're great at being able to identify disinformation, so that may help out as well as for OSINT. So there are numerous ways to contribute.
Cool.
Exactly. From the competitive perspective, you kind of get into the frame of, will this pass the muster on a judge scrutinizing things? Because with the Trace Labs event, unlike normal CTFs, the answers aren't known. You submit it, and a judge goes back and validates that information to verify that everything is legit. Well, that after you compete enough times, you get used to having a certain level of quality and validity to it so that it would, quote, pass that judge's muster. I mean, you read something, you're like, this doesn't make any sense. No, this is fake news or whatever. So,
Yep. So Alex, or Alexander, we're close on time here.
Yep.
Looks like well, there you go. So
Yeah, I
there's
just
some
switched my
OSINT.
camera.
Yeah, somebody had asked about the GitHub that you had mentioned. I'm assuming that's the OSINT collection one there at the very bottom, github.com/Baluv / OSINT resource.
Yep, and that'll be it. And we can certainly, I'll probably jump over to the Discord right after this and drop that if someone else hasn't done so already. So I'll look for that. And this is how to find us.
Okay.
Um,
And a
Mr.
couple a couple of people in chat asked about how to get involved with Ascension. So Joe, hopefully you'll be able to hit them up on the Twitch stream chat
Sure.
to
I
invite
will,
them to the Ascension.
Yes, I will put the link there. I will put the link in, and then I will also put my handle to make it very easy to find me there. I'm doing it right now.
Excellent. Okay. And somebody else had asked, Larry, about working with law enforcement, or I'm kind of divided on working with law enforcement specifically. I wonder if there are any opportunities to contribute to group OSINT projects for other purposes. That was Pastry Death. Thank you, Pastry, for your question.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Joe.
Sure. I mean, a lot of the I know, I'm trying to think of at least about 7 OSINT discords. A lot of them do various types of crowdsourced ops. So, the Ascension, we do crowdsourced ops from time to time. Bellingcat's doing some stuff. Project Owl, Royal Class Investigators, OSINT Curious. There's so many out there for that. Trace Labs, I don't think you've started your ongoing ops yet. Started those back. But then you've also got organizations like Operation Safe Escape, National Child Protection Task Force. There's one I'm not going to mention, and then there's one that I'm currently vetting before I start mentioning them as well, that crowdsources the OSINT perspective. I've got a call with them this week.
Yep.
Very cool.
And we'll also be transitioning to Tom Hawker here, Human Decoded, who is probably my other half at Trace Labs. So something we really play off of each other very well within Trace Labs, and he's involved in Operation Safe Escape, and he'll probably give you some excellent resources in the upcoming talk for leveraging Python with open source intelligence. So, excellent. Tom, are you going to turn on your camera here so we can see each other? You can. I don't know if you saw my my hotel room with the 1970s decor.
I just thought that was the sick Zoom background. I was going to ask you where you got it before you did the big reveal. It's a real background.
Yeah, so it's a real background. I'm able to actually wear green on screen for the first time in 2 years because I don't have a green screen behind me. But it's excellent to see you, Tom. It's also excellent to see all of the other participants and the people that are listening in. So, I mean, I want to, I had that on my notes for something in the opening. It's just to say, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. You are important as well. So I want to make that very clear. And I appreciate having that audience and having that community. So I think any parting questions, or before we get off to Tom, move on to Tom Hawker?
Am I the only one that's been just reverse image searching all the items in Alex's hotel room? Like, is it a Holiday Inn? Is it La Quinta? Is it a?
There's somebody that's going to post that and go, it's like, do I get a location flag for identifying the pattern on, on the curtain, matching that up with the pattern on the chair, and getting his exact location? Yeah, but I am not at home on the road, but it's certainly well worth my time to be here.
Very cool. All right. Thank you, Alexander. I assume we're going to be building our own OSINT tools with Python at this point. So thank you, Alexander, for your time. And if check out the stuff. Check out Alexander's GitHub repos there if you want to check those out. And Tom, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I am learning. This is the first large-scale Slack stream or Twitch stream that I've done in a while, or ever. So I'm learning as I go along. I noticed that the screen looked kind of janky when I had 3 people up in there. So it's just you now on the whole screen. So Tom, maybe you could tell people a little bit about yourself. You're human_decoded on Twitter. And you're going to be discussing how to build your own OSINT tools with Python. That sounds simple. From somebody who doesn't come from a coding perspective, I'd love to hear what you're about to teach us.
Yeah, couple of caveats before I get started, I guess. Generally speaking, there's the curse of the live demo. So don't do a live demo. Don't do live coding. Like, just don't. Not only am I going to ignore all that advice tonight, I'm updating Mac OS as we speak. So there's just this little countdown. I've got 4 more gigs left, and this thing might just restart. So it's
oh my,
turning the anxiety up to 11 here in the basement tonight.
It's fun. I'm reminded of cooking shows where you don't want to ever try to do the live demo without having a cake already made in the background. Oh, earlier I made a cake. Here's what it should look like. Here's the trash that I've got in front of me. So yeah, cool.
Close your eyes and imagine a tool that does something cool.
That's right. That's right.
Thanks for getting Depeche Mode's It's a Question of Time stuck in my head now.
There you go. There you go.
So we are going to be going through some live code examples, but I've got it structured in such a way that it's going to be really easy to follow. But before we get into any of that, who am I? Why should you be listening to me? It's probably more important to first talk about who I'm not and what I don't do. I am not a software engineer. I am not a paid developer. I don't do anything with code professionally. I use code to supplement a lot of things in my day job. I'm an HR person by day, but I leverage a lot of the things I'm going to show you to make my office job a lot easier. But I don't do this professionally. I'm not in the InfoSec space. I don't do any of that professionally. I do work with Trace Labs in my off time, but all of my InfoSec involvement is volunteer. All of my coding is just on the side because I think it's fun. So, but I guess who am I? Tom Hawker, human decoded on most of the platforms, sometimes human_decoded if you're on Twitter. Been working with Trace Labs for a couple of years, just getting more and more involved with them. I run their podcast, help run their events, just try to help out the community wherever I can there. But most of my InfoSec involvement is through Trace Labs.
Awesome. Okay. So I guess the question that I should be asking is, what's the level of knowledge you need to know in Python to be able to code something in Python? Are we talking just simple automation scripts? Are we talking the ability to interact with an API? Are we going to have to name our firstborn Python to be able to understand what's going on here? I mean, what does this look like for somebody?
That's a great question, and really the point of this demo is to hopefully inspire confidence in anyone watching this. Most OSINT tools are just going to be automating something you can do manually. So as long as you understand some just really basic, loops and conditionals, maybe write a function or two, variable assignment, you can probably hack your way through your own OSINT tool. So I'm hoping by the end of this, even if people don't code yet, this can be a really good in. I've taken several coding courses, and when you're done with them, it's like, okay, now what? So I really encourage anybody that wants to get into coding or get better at coding, have a project in mind. Even if you can't do it yet, that's fine, but now you have something to work towards. So as I was really getting into Python in the beginning, I wanted to get into web scraping. So in my day job, I've built several tools. I built a tool that scrapes Indeed.com, just pulling down job posting details for every zip code my company operates in. Let's see here, I've automated parts of our hiring and candidate management pipeline with Python. Personally, I built a bot that scrapes nextdoor.com so I could catalog my neighbor's terrible behavior. So just lots of fun things. If you pick a project, you can learn your way into that project. So I really encourage people, don't be discouraged if you don't know how to do what you want to do. Just use that as the motivation to learn. Okay.
Sounds good. I've tried several times to learn Python, and people are like, you must have a project to be able to do something with it. Otherwise, if you don't do it on a daily basis, or you don't have a good reason to do so, it's hard to continue doing those skills. So yeah, it helps to have a goal in mind, or an overarching project that you want to use, like an OSINT tool in this case. So yeah, it's great to know.
Yeah, and before I get into a screen share and some code examples and just walking through the methodology, I'm going to sound hypocritical, but I typically advocate against OSINT tools, especially for beginners.
Okay.
Learn how to do it the hard way, because most OSINT tools out there are just automating something you could be doing manually. For example, amazing OSINT tool, What's My Name? It just goes through hundreds of different sites, seeing if your supplied username exists on that site or not. Well, you could check all those sites manually, especially if you understood how their URLs were structured, but this just makes that process easier. So if you have a good handle on the process, tools can be great. They can save you a lot of time, but if you just start relying on them and don't understand what they're doing, you're really just, you're shorting yourself. And when those tools break, you're kind of just hung out to dry.
Makes sense.
So it's been interesting. If anybody has read the last several edition of Michael Basil's OSINT techniques, you can see 3 editions ago, it was much more tool heavy than it is today. Whereas I think in his most recent one, he's talking much more technique, much more sustainability. And that's something I advocate as well. So, cool. Let me share my screen and we will jump into it.
Apologies, I was looking at Michael Bazel's Intel techniques, so put that in the chat window there for the streamers.
Alrighty, can you see my screen okay?
I can see your screen. Let me see what it looks like on the green on black looks fairly decent. You might want to, I don't know, bump up the font a little bit for those like myself with old ass eyes. So.
Alrighty, so I'll do it one more just to be safe. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. So before we get into any code, I'm gonna spend a chunk of time talking through how to approach a problem before you get started. In the words of Jack Sparrow, the problem isn't the problem, it's how you're thinking about the problem. With that being said, how I always start any sort of coding project is I try to clearly articulate, like, what am I trying to do here? Just at a high level, like, I'm trying to scrape Indeed.com. I'm trying to scrape Nextdoor.com. I'm trying to build an OSINT tool that blanks. Okay? Start there.
Right.
Then if you can, break it down into smaller pieces. Like, okay, what am I actually trying to automate? So I might start with a statement like, I want to scrape Indeed.com. Okay, what's that mean? Right. I want to visit Indeed.com, scroll through all of the job postings, and pull out the information from those postings. Okay, so it might be one bullet point, it might be 10, but now you have maybe more focused objectives of what you want this project to do. Finally, once you break it down into its simplest components, like, okay, that bullet point, I want to pull all the information out of these job postings. Okay, what does that really mean? Like what am I actually doing? Like, okay, I want to open the job posting and I want to pull out the location, the starting pay, and the job title and save that to a text file. Okay. Once you have like sort of boiled it down to its most simple parts, then you can start writing code to address those simple parts. So computers are stupid. Code is stupid. Computers are great at doing what you tell them to do quickly. So you have to break it down into very simple, easy components in order to start building out code that's going to solve those problems. So that's the beginning. After that, in the simplest way possible, like, don't worry about efficiency, don't worry about speed, don't worry about overhead, just, can I put some code together that's going to do these bullet points I just laid out up top? Sort of just proof of concept. Like, can I at least get a web browser to navigate to a page for me? Okay, can I at least pull out the text? Can I at least start addressing some of these bullet points. And then once it's functional, okay, that worked. Then you can skip down here to the end and start doing things like adding in flexibility. Do I want my script to accept arguments? Do I need to start optimizing some of this code? Are parts of it taking too long? Is it using up too much memory, too much CPU? That's when you start going through the sort of iterative process of trying to make your code better. Can it be modular? Could it be a class that somebody else will import into their code? So that's the sort of life cycle of all of the projects I worked on, whether it be at work or at home. With that being said, let's do something real. So most of your projects are going to start with a question or a task or just a thing you're like, I wonder if I could do that, or I wish there was a tool that did something. So what I'm going to do, I've been involved with a tool. I didn't create it, but I have been allowed to contribute some chunks of code. A tool that uses the Wayback Machine to automate the grabbing of deleted tweets. So I'm going to be walking through some of that and showing you like how a person might come up with this idea, and then how they would develop that out. So don't worry, I'll be sharing all these links over in the Discord when I'm done here. But let's just say, you're an active Twitter user, and you also really like the Wayback Machine. If anyone's not familiar, the Wayback Machine is awesome. It's put on by the Internet Archive Project, and it attempts to just catalog changes across pages across the internet. Pretty cool. Some limitations though. If there are pages behind logins, it's obviously not going to catalog those. But anything that's just out there on the internet, there's a chance that the Wayback Machine grabbed it. From an investigative point of view, this can be super useful. You can see maybe blog posts that have been changed or taken down. Just things that have changed on websites can be very, very useful to journalists, to anyone doing OSINT. So let's just say that you're hip to the Wayback Machine. It's a pretty cool tool. And you start thinking about Twitter, and you realize that you don't have to log in to Twitter to view tweets. That's interesting. So that tells us that tweets are probably available just out there on the clear net. Let's just pull up one of my older tweets and just find out. So when you actually visit a tweet, oh, that's a URL. That's interesting. Okay. So if it's a URL, I wonder if the Wayback Machine is capturing it. Let's find out.
So were the velociraptors your like mother-in-law or something?
No, my
about
children. Yes.
Oh, children.
Yes,
okay.
I have to sneak up there and try and grab coffee over the course of a work from home day.
Right on.
So it looks like my tweet was captured by the Wayback Machine. Okay, let's just make sure that it actually grabbed it. Because if it did, then maybe we could start to build a tool around this. Wow. Okay. Now we're on to something. So now, if I was embarking on this tool journey, okay, now I've got kind of proof that the Wayback Machine is capturing tweets. Okay. Now what? Okay. So you start thinking like, okay, like what could I do with that? Okay, well, if it's capturing all the tweets, then tweets that maybe people deleted would still be captured in there somewhere. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's kind of pause there, and we'll come back to that note. So the Wayback Machine is capturing tweets. I know a little bit of Python. I wonder if there's a way to interact with the Wayback Machine programmatically. So at this point, if you were building out a tool like this, just Google Wayback Machine APIs. Like, this is 98% of software engineering is just Googling your questions. Most services you would interact with online probably do have some kind of API. Some of them might require you to register to get an API key. Some of them might just be the way you're forming a URL. Some of them might be subscription based. But if you're interested in any platform, just search platform API. Most of them probably have something. So, looks like the Wayback Machine does have some APIs. Let's just have a look. Okay. So, kind of scrolling down through here, they've got an availability JSON API. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, scrolling down, and you get to the bottom here, and you find this CDX server API. And it's an API which allows for complex querying, filtering, and analysis of Wayback capture data. That sounds cool. Okay, let's go to their GitHub and learn more. So, if you scroll down through their README, sorry, I was trying to zoom in, but it's not letting me. If you scroll down through their README, you would find out that you can structure a URL with your search. So when I was back here on the Wayback Machine, I just put this URL into the Wayback Machine search box. Apparently, you can just craft a URL, cdx/search, cdx URL equals your search. Okay, that's cool. Let's just, before we read anything else, let's just see what happens. Let's just see what that looks like. Like, what happens if I put in, my sort of tweet. Like, let's just build a URL and see what that looks like. So if we use their example, using archive.org as the search string. Okay. So just by playing with this, like, we now see like what this CDX API is returning. There's a lot here, and if you don't know what any of this is, I recommend reading the documentation further, and it'll tell you exactly how this response is structured. But what we're really interested in, okay, so if the search string was archive.org, okay, I see URLs here. That's interesting. And then if you read through the documentation a little bit more, you can find out that you can do it not recursively, but you can say, hey, show me everything in this subdirectory. Like, you can say, hey, show me everything in archive.org/about. You can do an exact match, you can do prefixes, which is what I just described. So you start reading through this documentation and you realize that this API is pretty powerful, okay? But I mentioned before we even got into this screen share, you really have to understand the platform you're interacting with before you embark on working with APIs and playing with OSINT tools. So let's go back to Twitter. Okay, so we established that every tweet is a URL. That's cool, but what is that URL actually composed of? Okay, it's twitter.com/user, human decoded in this case, /status, and then a string of numbers. Okay. So could we assume that human decoded / status is the starting point for every tweet URL? Well, let's find out. Let's see what happens if we build our search URL with human decoded / status instead. Let's see what that gives us.
So Tom, is there any place where, you know, they might do rate limiting, or you might need an API key? Is this where you might actually want to walk through the application with, say, a web proxy to see what kind of requests are being made or anything like that?
Personally, how I do it is just trial and error.
I see.
I mean, typically, if you read through API documentation, it'll talk you through those rate limits. But if you're doing something wrong, they'll stop you.
Right,
So
right.
if you find your tool just like stopping after X number of requests, they're probably tired of you just slamming their server with requests as as hard as Python can push them. Or
Makes sense.
if it just stops working, maybe you've exceeded your API amount, allowance for the day, for the week, for the month. Let me.
And to that end, if I may, a couple of things. I build quite a few tools as well. I just haven't released that many as of late. But something I found to be very useful when you're building out tools is using Jupyter Notebook as your interpreter.
Yeah.
That way, if something breaks, you get verbose debugging, and you can find out exactly where it breaks. But on the side of APIs, I'm a huge fan of time sleep.
Yes. Yep.
That keeps me out of so much trouble. It's frustrating when you're like, I've got a tool that I call Hashy that I use. I feed it a list of hashtags, and it pulls down all of those. It does frequency analysis on every hashtag that it acquires. So it takes those, and it also pulls all of the neighbor hashtags. And like, if I feed it 40 something hashtags, I have up to a 3-second sleep period to keep from getting throttled. And it's like, oh, well, I'm going to be sitting here for a minute, sitting. But it keeps me out of trouble too. But
Yeah.
I'll shut up now.
That's good. So I'm going to cheat just a little bit. I went over to my code notes just so I could show you something about the way I was structuring that URL on the fly wasn't working. But here is what the API is going to spit back if you put in twitter.com/user/status as your search. Again, with the match type being prefix that we got hip to by reading their excellent documentation. Okay, so it's almost time to start coding. If anyone's watching the time, you'll realize I've spent about half this time just talking through stuff, just getting, understanding platforms, like just working with an API manually. Like, all APIs are just going to be HTTP requests. It's a GET request normally, which you can simulate with a URL. Now, you might have to structure in your API key. It might be a huge URL, but don't feel like you have to even start coding to even understand the API. Like, you can just do it. You can just manually build a URL and and just throw it into your web browser. And as long as everything's right, you'll see what the same thing that your code would get had you done this in Python. So just understanding all of those things are going to set you up to solve the problem with code much better.
Right. And I think it should be mentioned that not every website like archive.org publishes as well a documented API as that. Sometimes they don't publish their API documentation at all.
Yes. So yes, sometimes it can be like maybe a Dark Souls game where there are mechanics there they just don't clue you into. You have to figure it out, or just Google it. Chances are someone else has tried to solve part of this problem before. So Stack Overflow, Stack Exchange, GitHub are going to be great resources. Just get comfortable, asking your questions in a search engine.
Yep. So we got a question in our chat here. Somebody said, "Is there a scraping library or just use requests?" I'm assuming he means archive.org, but is there a scraping library for archive.org?
I think they were asking if you just have to use the request library in Python, or if there are packages you can install that make scraping a little bit easier.
Oh, there you go.
I believe there are.
Okay.
But I'll kind of go back to my original statement. Learn how to use. We're going to be using requests, at least in the initial examples, because chances are that the package that's doing it for you is just using requests in a way that you probably need to understand. Yep. So looking at these results, we can see that this URL gave me every single tweet that Human Decoded has ever made. That's interesting. So now I've got proof of concept that I can at least get a list of every Human Decoded URL, and then probably programmatically. If I can do it in the web browser, I can do it programmatically. So with that being said, the final step is like, what do I do with that? Like, that's cool that I've got all these URLs, but like, can I do something with that? Okay, well, if a tweet was deleted, then the URL won't work anymore. And that's kind of your aha moment. Like, that's the, okay, now it's time to open up VS Code and get to work. Like, okay, I can do something with this. I've got a way to pull down every single tweet URL for a given user. Then it would just be a matter of checking if those URLs were still valid or not. At the end of that, I could be left with a list of invalid URLs, which represent deleted tweets that we know the Wayback Machine has captured. Then I would just have to maybe build in a way to go back to the Wayback Machine and just grab those tweets and save them to a text file as a screenshot, as something. So going back to our sort of process here, what problem are we trying to solve? Say, just use the Wayback Machine API to uncover deleted tweets. High-level statement, that's what we're trying to do. Okay. What task are we trying to automate? And how well do we understand the task? So we're trying to, automate the API requests to Wayback. We're trying to check all the tweet URLs and then just end up with a list of non-200 URLs, 200 being the success code. So if a URL returns not 200, that generally means it didn't work. Like 404, for example. Okay, so we're trying to automate all of that. I mean, you could do, and again, back to what I've been saying, you could do this manually. You could just throw every single URL into a web browser and see what happened. Depending on the user you're looking at, it could take you years. So this could be performed manually, but we're going to use Python to do it automatically. So at a high level, break down the task into its simplest possible components. So let's think here. So I need to create a URL to use the Wayback API. I need to grab the results of that API. I need to pull out just the tweet URLs. As we saw here, I really only care about these URLs. I want to just pull this out and ignore the rest of this stuff for now. Pull out just the tweet URLs. I want to check all the URLs, and I want to save a list of the URLs that didn't work. Okay. This seems pretty manageable. You know, when you start with a statement like this, it's like, oh God, how am I going to do that? Well, when you break it down into its components, these are all very doable. Even if you had no idea how to solve these bullet points with Python, Google. Just quick example, we're just going to Google Python how to check URL. Boom, how to test a URL in Python. Like it is that simple. There are memes out there that, you know, talk about how much time software engineers spend on Stack Exchange versus actually writing code. And you could do that for every single one of these bullet points that I laid out. So this would be like solving these bullet points are going to make you better at Python if you don't already know how. Because once you do it once, okay, now you understand that you can solve a problem in that way, or you understand that Python can do this one thing, and you're just going to file that away in your memory, you know, save it as a code snippet, you know, just understand that it can be done, and that it was as easy as a Google search or a piece of code you've already written. So
Right.
these seem manageable. Yes.
A question is so what you're doing is you're containerizing it or breaking it down into smaller parts and making it so you can iterate. So the first thing you would do is create the URL, and then you can build upon that and do it in an iterative process, more like a developer would, like, you know, adding new
Correct.
features as you're going along. Yeah.
Yes, and software development is certainly iterative. I think. I mean, it seems like it is to me. Again, hashtag not a software engineer, but yeah, just start solving one bullet point at a time. Don't try to write your entire tool or write your entire script. I test one line at a time usually, or, you know, one block of, you know, like block of 5 lines at a time. Like, that is how you develop software. That's why it's called software development, not software creation or software, you know, just putting it out there. It's software development because it is an iterative process. So let's look at how we would solve for these bullet points. Okay. So we know from, you know, the Google search we just did, we're probably going to need the request library. If you aren't already familiar with the request library at this point in time, you can look up the documentation. Python, in my opinion, is known for amazing documentation, both like officially as well as a number of other sites that just walk you through great examples, especially with a library as popular as the request library. So we're probably going to use requests. And the first thing I want to do is see if I can duplicate this programmatically. Like, okay, can I actually build this URL in Python and get it to return this to my code? Okay. So I'm going to set up a dictionary that's going to feed it some headers for the GET request. You can try it without this and see what happens. This is just kind of a go-to of mine. And then I just built a string with the search URL. Again, it's got my info hard coded in. You know, we're not trying to get into passing arguments and things like that yet. Just, can I get my code to do the screen that we just saw? Okay. And then I'm going to say, hey, just my request is going to be the result of this GET request with this URL using these headers. Like, let's just see what happens. Hey, we got a result. All right. At this point, if you wanted to, you could, you know, you could set up some breakpoints in your code, do some debugging to understand, like, is it returning a list, a dictionary? Is it returning, you know, so you understand how to work with it in the next steps. But this is this is huge. Like, you've now proven to yourself, okay, I can at least reach out to the Wayback Machine with Python. That's pretty cool. Okay. Now what? Well, as we mentioned, we only really care about these URLs. So how do I pull out just those URLs? So just building on the code that we've already built. Okay, we still got our request library, and now we're going to rely on regular expressions. So we're going to need to take this chunk of text, this is just a string, and just tease out or parse out just the URL. So again, we're making the same. There's our URL. There's our request. We're storing it as CDX request. With the request library, you can just extract the text value of that request. So our CDX request text variable is just a list containing all of these entries. And here we're using the magic of regular expressions to just pull out these URLs. And Joe is gonna laugh because once upon a time during a course, I made fun of Joe for his regular expressions, and I don't understand how this works. This is a piece of code I pulled from the tool I was contributing to. The author set up this regular expression. I don't understand. If I Googled it and actually worked through it, I could understand it. It's okay not to understand everything that you're doing. In this context, if you're just building personal tools for fun, it's, in my opinion, totally okay to not understand this regular expression and the magic or witchcraft that makes it work. That being said, I can almost hear Joe shaking his head because he gave an entire class on regular expressions I never took. But
Yeah, I just brought that course back, but actually
yes.
I was singing I think it's Frank Sinatra's Witchcraft.
So regex is awesome. Learn it. I need to learn more of it because it can truly just change your life when you need to pull a certain kind of text out of a larger piece of text. So in this case, let's just see if it worked. Awesome. So now we have a way to reach out to the Wayback Machine API and then just wind up with every human decoded tweet URL. And I mean, now might just be a good time to just run a quick test.
Does that API also allow you to do CRUD operations on that? So could you go in and does that API have deletion or anything like that? I'm trying to assume you're trying to run for Congress or something and trying to remove that kind of stuff.
It doesn't.
So
as far as I know, it's just queries. If anyone is not familiar, the Wayback Machine does allow people to request information to either not be cataloged. Like, there are some sites, even though they're on the public internet, Wayback Machine just doesn't capture them because they've been requested not to. I believe you can also request information be taken out of the archive. I'm not familiar with that process, but I do know it's an option.
So I'll chime in on that one really quick. You can set, there used to be a setting you could put in robots.txt to keep archive.org from indexing you. It was misused by a certain number 45 administration, and that got taken away because of laws. But even if an organization has opted to not allow archive.org to do the automated side of it, oftentimes you can still go in and do a manual capture. And in terms of taking it down, I know of at least one instance where one thing has been taken down. Someone had a really bad take in a blog post So with yeah, that was taken down. But the other thing to keep in mind, if you're planning on running for Congress, there are many sites like archive.org.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just vote for Tom, that kind of thing. So yeah, just don't go look at his archive tweets, or I don't know, maybe go ahead.
Hey,
And
I mean, if anybody's curious what my desk looks like right now, that's my keyboard and my desk mat. Pretty cool.
Nice. I love that. I love that little specific keyboard thing. That's really nice.
So okay, so we now know we can just pull out all the URLs. Okay, now is where maybe the more interesting work comes in. Okay, how do I see if those are valid or not valid? Okay. So again, this is the same code we've been running. We're just adding to it as we kind of check off, hey, that worked, that worked, that worked. We're going to start with, okay, we need a list of our result codes, or a list of results. Okay. Here in this example, I'm using a session object from the request library. I found it to be a bit faster than just doing the request .get method. So that is going to be different from these previous screens we were looking at. Just for this step and for the sake of the demo, it's a little bit faster. So we're saying, hey, our response is just going to be a session .get request. We're going to send a GET request to that tweet URL using our request headers from up above. And then we're really interested in the status code. So that's going to be one of the variables, or one of the values that the GET request is going to contain within it. So that's going to give us the HTTP, like the status code from that request for every single URL. Let's just kind of see like what that looks like, and then we're going to add those results to a results list. Let's just see what that looks like. So now you can see it, running through, and it's just hitting every single one of my URLs as fast as Python can go. So what it's doing, it's saying, hey, URL, and then, it's getting a response code, moving on to the next one. So I think it's maybe 1.5 tweets per second. It's able to process this way. If you're watching the screen, you probably just saw a 404 come by, so that may have been a deleted tweet. Cool. So it does appear to be visiting these URLs and getting response codes. So now I think we're on to something. Next step would be, we really only care about the URLs that returned not 200s, that returned 404s. So let's see if there's a way we could, go through this exact same process, but at the end, we really only care about the ones that weren't 200s. So again, building on the exact same code we've been doing. Now we're going to say, we're going to have a list for our deleted URLs. And we're just gonna loop through every single result that we got, and just pull out the ones that weren't 200. So we're saying, let's loop through simultaneously. We're going to loop through our URL list and our results list, because they should just match up 1-to-1. Let's just loop through, and if the status code in my results list doesn't equal 200, I'm going to put that Twitter URL off into a different list. So this is pretty straightforward. There are certainly sexier ways. You could probably do this in one line of code. I'm a fan of readable, understandable code. One thing that people might not be familiar with if they're new to Python is the zip function. Zip is really cool if you have like two things that you want to have Python consider as one thing. So what the zip function is actually doing is it's creating a tuple of like the first entry of the URL list, the first entry of the results list is now a tuple, and it's doing that for every single one of those entries. So what it's doing is it's allowing you to present entries from two different lists to your loop, and then for it to walk through it that way. So zip is really cool for stuff like this, and we're just saying, hey, if the status code in our result isn't 200, go ahead and just add that URL to our deleted URL list. So let's see what that might look like.
So to channel our Starship Troopers, would you like to know more? I put a couple links in there on what the zip function is in the stream chat, and also what tuples are in Python.
Yep. And while I'm waiting on this, tuples, the biggest difference between a tuple and a list is a tuple is immutable. So a tuple cannot be altered in any way. A list can. So you can say, hey, pop the first thing off a list, or remove this one list entry without like reassigning it to a different variable, for example. A tuple, you cannot do that. If you want to mess with a tuple, it's going to wind up as a totally new thing in Python.
I learned something today. Okay.
So hopefully by now, and this is about to finish up, I think, 28 lines of code, and we found out that Human Decoded has 2 deleted tweets. That's really cool. Like, we just built out a tool that will allow us to plug in a username, check every single one of their tweets captured by the Wayback Machine, and just deliver us the ones that got deleted. So from here,
the question remains: why did those get deleted?
Oh, we're gonna find out. We're gonna go back to the Wayback Machine and find out what Tom's hiding.
Teehee.
Let's see here. Get back there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's find out what Tom doesn't want us to know. This might ruin my run for Congress.
I highly doubt that, given the last 5-6 years. I don't think there's anything you could probably do that wouldn't get you elected to Congress.
It could help me. Yeah, that's a good point.
Exactly.
Okay, it is working right now. Okay, so putting in the, what we think is a deleted tweet, by putting that URL into the Wayback Machine, you can see that I deleted a tweet giving someone my take on keyboards. I think this was, if I remember correctly, maybe I wanted my actual tweet included more information. Yeah, I don't remember why I deleted this one, but let's just verify that it is in fact. Okay, that's not, it is not on my feed anymore, but the Wayback Machine got me.
You're a wild man, Tom. Wow.
Yeah,
Carry MX keyboards. Wow. That's boy.
Yeah, I know. Hot takes over here from the custom keyboard community. Real quick though, this demonstrated hopefully what I was, what I was advocating for here, of the simplest way possible. Begin solving our simple steps. Functionality beats everything else. So there's no way to pass in usernames. Depending on the number of tweets you're trying to check, it's going to be slow, but it works. Like, this should be like, had you done this for your first Python project, like, you should be super proud and bragging about this to friends and family. This is amazing. And then hopefully, like, doing something like this would then give you the confidence to start optimizing it. Okay, how can I make it better? And then you learn more Python. And if this just becomes your pet project and you're working on it for a couple of months, you can just level up your coding skills very quickly. And it's okay to put things out there and say, hey, I did this. Can someone make it better? And that brings me back to how this tool, the Twayback Machine, actually lives today. No, don't do that. There it is. So the Twayback Machine is a much more cumbersome program than we put together here in the demo today, but it started with the concepts I've been demonstrating over the last hour or so. What I was able to do, my contribution to the project was I was able to go in and add asynchronous code execution. So instead of the request library saying, here's a request, I'll wait. Here's a request, I'll wait. Here's a request, I'll wait. It's going through and packaging them up and making 50 requests, not simultaneously. It's not multi-threading. It's not multi-processing. It's saying request, but I don't need the answer right now. Request, but I don't need the answer right now. Request, I don't need the answer right now. The answers start coming back. So you're able to dramatically speed up IO-bound code execution. So just kind of as the example, let's see what that looks like in real life. So you saw it took a minute or two, and I've only got like 300 tweets. So it took a minute or two to actually go through my Twitter history. But if you use the tool as it exists today with asynchronous execution, done. So yeah, it's currently averaging about 100 and around 100 tweets per second is what the tool is able to catch right now, or to process right now. So, and then this tool gives you the opportunity to, do you want to download the text, download the HTML, or fire up a web browser and go take a screenshot. So, most important thing to call out here is I did not create this tool. I did not have this idea. I did not do all this legwork. I was able to go in and say, hey, I know a little bit about async. Let me make this faster for you. And that's how open source software works. I think I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Cool.
So hopefully, like, you saw that, just break it down to its simple steps, and you can really start to build up your confidence. And it doesn't even have to be Python. It could be JavaScript. It could be, well, don't do C ever. It could be web development. Like, just get out there and do something, and you're going to get better at it by doing it. No one ever got better at coding by not coding.
See, my biggest issue is I don't have how many hours. So on average, how many hours did it take you just to do the version that you created here? Like 5, 6, 7, 10 hours, something?
Oh no, about an hour.
Oh, wow, this must be nice.
Well, but mind you though, like I'd already worked on the actual tool previously, so I was able to borrow a lot of concepts. But
that's true.
Let's just say, like, for me to build my nextdoor.com scraper,
right?
That was hours and hours of work, like learning the Selenium, package in Python, learning how to control a web browser in an automated fashion, learning, how to deal with CAPTCHAs and things like that.
Right.
I only had an hour to kind of like showcase this. It is going to take you longer to build your own tool from scratch, but just understand that you can do it. If you can do it in a web browser, a programming language can do it for you automatically.
Yep.
Usually.
That's a good takeaway. Yeah. Very cool. Okay. Do we have any questions to the people in chat? I can definitely see future things. I believe there are Python modules that will actually take screenshots, that will, you can go in. So you might be able to download all of Tom's tweets, for a specific, guideline or something like that, or just be able to take screenshots and automate the process. So, we're going to, I actually did some streams earlier this week where, people were talking about SOC analysts being burnt out on various things. And one of the things was they were doing too much work that was manual and not embracing automation. And it was really burning them out. Like 70% of people were either looking for another job or they felt burnt out and they didn't want to do that because they didn't automate the process. And, I mean, obviously it's going to take, whatever different requirements there. But I mean, it's like, automating this thing, you don't have to, comb through thousands or hundreds of tweets to find out if it's something you needed or which one was deleted. It would have taken you a long time to do that comparison. So it's kind of cool. And you're learning something and you can put it in a GitHub and say, hey, I wrote this is my thing. I know how it works. I can walk somebody through it. So if you're looking for ways to, build out your career, or your resume, showing, your use of Python and your mastery of Python in this case, you can, use these as examples for that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the second most popular programming language in the world. And you can just augment, if you work in an office, you can probably make your life easier with a little bit of Python.
Right.
Even if it's not cool. InfoSec or a SOC, like Python can probably make your life easier.
Right. Excellent. All right. Tom, thank you so much for coming and taking the time to show us this. And if people wanted to get a hold of you again, maybe to talk about these things, how would they find you?
Yeah. Over in the Trace Labs Discord, I'm Human Decoded. On Twitter, I'm Human_Decoded. Notorious for deleting my keyboard tweets. Those are probably the best places to find me, and I'll drop links to some of the stuff I showed today over in the Ascension Discord.
Awesome. Thank you again, Tom, for coming. And we'll I definitely want to have you back on, maybe on the BreakSec podcast to talk about some other things in the future. So that'll be great. So
sure.
Glad to have you. Right on. Okay. Oh, I'm a little nervous now because of this. I've been following Cheerio for more than a few years on Twitter, and glad that she's able to take some time and speak with us today. So welcome, Cheerio, to our conference, and I hope you're having a good day.
Oh, thank you. I hope all y'all are having a great day too. Thank you so much for asking me, by the way. I really appreciate it.
Very cool. Yeah. So Joe's here. I'm going to let Joe get pinned here. And so Joe invited you, and we are going. So the slides he sent me says we're going to be discussing in-house cybersecurity or cyber threat intelligence tips for international incidents. There's quite a bit of international incident going on recently. So, I'm glad you're able to join us. Maybe you could give us a little background, and then feel free to we'll go from there and let you have the floor.
Sure. So I have an MBA. I'm currently a doctoral student in my last semester. I'm writing a dissertation, or it's almost done, on enterprise purple teaming. I have 8 GX certifications. And I was a member or a participant. I won or got invited to be a part of the SANS Women's Academy in 2017. And so that's basically, in a nutshell, how I'm here.
Awesome. Very cool. Okay. I think the first thing we should do is talk about what. So threat intelligence can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. So maybe a little definition or two first before we get started.
Okay. I didn't have that prepared. I think it depends who you talk with.
Okay.
Sorry. No, that's fine. I will go to, I think I have a GitHub somewhere. I use other people's definitions. Let's see. So let's see. I'm trying to remember which one I have it in. Here we go. So I'll just repeat what someone else said.
Sweet.
So let's see. And I think I added it. I didn't, so I'm going to Google it then. I prefer not to give my own definitions because people will, always have something to say against that. So.
So Pastry Death says, Cheerio, I just want to say there's probably no way you'd remember me, but I was a member of TMHC back before you graduated under their name, Research Dump, and I'm so happy with your success.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. I'm trying to find okay, so I'll just read you CrowdStrike's definition. So CrowdStrike says, threat intelligence is data that is collected, processed, and analyzed to understand a threat actor's motives, targets, and attack behaviors. Awesome. Threat intelligence enables us to make faster, more informed, data-backed security decisions and change their behavior from reactive to proactive in the fight against threat actors. So that is CrowdStrike's definition of threat intelligence.
Very cool. Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you have the floor, and thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
Okay, so the reason why I'm here, everyone has a different definition of cyber threat intelligence. And so I take what you can from it. I can't list all the definitions everyone has about cyber threat intelligence. I just gave you one from CrowdStrike. So however you can extract any information or anything of value from this thing that I'm going to share with you, like, please apply it as necessary to your specific situation. But before I go into that, I also want to do a very brief disclaimer. So I am here in my individual capacity, and I am not speaking on behalf of any of my employers. And so now that's out of the way. And I also want to do a shout out to my current and former team members. I won't name the organization, obviously, but they inspire me every day. They are amazing. They are skilled practitioners of cybersecurity. And I feel very fortunate to be able to have worked with them in the past and currently work with them as well. So I just wanted to do that shout out because I honestly wouldn't be where I am today without them, like, being super awesome and amazing. So I don't want to name each individual person, but and for OPSEC reasons, but just wanted to call that out there. So cool. As you know, I'm a career changer. So I come from real estate, right? So that means that I've been kind of new, and I'm newer, my focus has been more on business. I of course have some technical certs. And so, through my experience, I noticed that, I'm not saying me or my organizations or anything like that, but just things in general that I've observed are newer people sometimes don't get involved sometimes within incidents because they're newer and they want to contribute, but they don't know how. And then everything kind of just hits the fan and people don't know what's going on and on, right? So through some conversations and getting an inside window into what people go through in general, I thought, what happens if the people, for instance, career changers or junior analysts wanted ideas of what they can do during international cybersecurity incidents, whether they can contribute or are involved in the incident at the organization and whether they are not. So for all the people out there that don't want to take copious amounts of notes, I already took all the notes and I added them to the GitHub. So you can just watch like the shiny lights behind me. And like, you don't have to take notes if you don't want to. It's already all written down. And I thought too, sometimes CTI managers, like, they get so involved with what they're doing and meeting all of the objectives of what they have to do for their senior leadership. So I thought I'd present some ideas for them too. So first, I will talk about what people can do if they aren't involved in the incident at the organization. One really tip really quick is, if you're actually at an organization working as a cyber threat analyst, whatever that is, cybersecurity analyst, what you want to do is just check in with your manager really quick Because if you do want to get involved, let them know that you want to get involved, even if it's something small. Like, have that conversation with your manager so that they know and they can plan accordingly whenever an incident arises. All right, so now that we got that out of the way, some things that you can do. I usually recommend, especially with like Log4j and the recent Ukraine, invasion and all of that, and there's solar winds and all the stuff that we've been going through. The Pulse Secure 0 day, that was another bad one, right? Yep. So with all of that, I usually attempt to make a Twitter list, and then what I do is I look through Twitter for the accounts that are sharing really valuable and good information, and I kind of add them all to a list. And so that way, when I'm doom scrolling at night, or even during my lunch or whatever, I can just easily have all the information from accounts that are at least semi-credible. Some of them are super credible. There's like the scale of credibility, but at least I have something to scroll through very quickly without having to go through the whole feed, right? So I listed 2 there for you for the Ukraine invasion. And another thing is something that I've noticed with junior analysts or even people that haven't been in cybersecurity roles, they don't really know what to do. And like, there's a difference between tabletops and all of that, and having a very frank discussion, like a real talk with your people about what they can do or what to be on the lookout for. Sometimes it's just little like off the shelf, like water cooler conversations. Like some places may not necessarily have a formalized methodology for approaching, international large scale cybersecurity incidents. So here are some things to think about, whether or not you're in a cybersecurity role or, whether or not you are. So the first one is data dumps. So whenever anyone releases any type of data dumps related to whatever type of cybersecurity incident is going on, usually what I think of with that is has my org been mentioned? Or are there any emails related to my organization in that dump? Like, are there any organizations that are in my vertical so that I can get an idea of any potential targeting or future targeting for my particular organization? Sometimes with your organizations, like there are some there are some third-party vendors. I won't name names just in case this is recorded, but there are some that you just know off the top of your head. So when I'm looking through dumps or I'm looking through news or whatever that is, I try to have those top of mind, because that can give me an idea if I have like a B2B connection or something like that, or even a relationship where they're sending me email that could potentially be popped and, bypass some of the controls. I can at least give other people in the organization a heads up, like, this could potentially be bad. We should at least look at this really quick. So just having a look at that, another thing is keep up to date with the new developments. So you might want to ask, why in the world would I go through all of this trouble looking at all of this stuff when I'm not involved at the organization? Like, what type of value will it bring to me? And I'm like, well, just to let you know, you get practice, because believe it or not, the amount of volume that came in of information for the Log4j stuff, and then even the Ukraine invasion by Russia, it's a lot. And honestly, I'm just going to talk for myself. Like, I needed practice with that volume of information coming in, and how to conceptualize it quickly and like extract the information that I needed quickly and to move on. And so getting that practice ahead of time when your job isn't necessarily on the line, or you're not in the line of fire, like I would recommend doing that. Another thing is looking for technology that is mentioned, or anything like that, any additional vulnerabilities that come out. Another really good thing that you can do as a CTI analyst, if you do this at your organization, is look for specific procedures that you can pass to like Hunt or SOC along the lines of like the attack path of whatever it is, or purple, red to emulate the attack. And so this will help also to detection engineering as well. So if you understand like how to read threat reports very quickly as far as what could be potentially valuable to your organization, this will give you good practice moving forward. And then of course, pivoting with IOCs or IOCs, whatever you want to call it. The other thing is looking at what the government says about it and just really staying up to date with their alerts and advice that they put out. It can be helpful, and also to, as a newer person, like reading through it and actually understanding what they're saying. So it gives you a good entry point for additional research. You know, if they mention something and you don't understand it, use those reports to guide your learning, because this is what you'll be dealing with potentially when you're actually in a paid cybersecurity role. And then even as a junior analyst, it can help you. And the other thing is, as a newer person to the industry or even a junior analyst, I'll just say it took me some practice to be able to basically be able to tell a little bit faster regarding the sources that have a higher degree of like truth than the other ones that are more sensational. So I think building up that practice over time will definitely help you when you're in the hot seat and your manager's like, all right, go, you know, you'll be able to quickly parse through the data. And finally, as a CTI analyst, I usually recommend, for the most part, keeping in mind the intelligence life cycle and using that as a methodology. So even if you aren't involved in a formalized anything within the organization, you can still use it on your own and get practice with it. Because honestly, at least for me, because I'm not from government and I'm not military or whatever, like it takes practice. And another really important thing to just mention is like anything the senior people would do that I'm like, oh my gosh, that was so cool. Like I would take copious amounts of notes and I'm like, oh, I have to remember, like that was so awesome. I can't even begin. So definitely keep an eye on that stuff, because it'll help you improve faster and it'll help you ramp up faster as well, at least in my experience. All right, so now we're getting to the meat and taters. So if you're involved in an incident at the organization, you know, and your manager gives you a thumbs up and they want you involved in it. So as new people, as, you know, a junior CTI analyst or whatever, before you try this, I have to do a brief disclaimer, like check in with your manager. Don't just start doing this because it's honestly kind of labor intensive. So you want to make sure that your org, that it would also provide value to your organization as well. You just don't want to, you know, if you're, I don't know, if you're a water treatment plant and like, you know, I don't know, like telecom is being targeted, like it's just, you want to make sure it's relevant to your organization and it'll provide value, right? So here's the suggestion is, with all of the like fire hose of information coming in about pretty much everything, like be able to track the international incidents in real time where your entire security team can view it. So without having to like give deliverables per se, they can just go into the sheet and see like where all the different things are bucketed based on their PIRs. So I'll get to that in a second. And, you know, if need be, you can also deliver like official deliverables as well. But this will be like kind of like the container or the house where, or the central command where like all of the stuff is filtered and it's vetted and you put it in there, and other people that are defending the organization, like frontline defenders, DFIR, SCOC, like Hunt, like all of those, even Red, they can go in and like pick out their section and see what's valuable to them, already have it parsed out without having to do a gazillion Google searches unless they need to. And it's already available for them and digested with a high level summary, and you're good to go, right? So when you do this, use the intelligence framework to help guide and have a repeatable methodology for this particular endeavor, because it's a lot of data. I know it doesn't sound like it, but the Log4j was a lot, and the Ukraine thing a lot, right? So planning and direction. As the manager, I generally recommend them to go and talk to the other security leaders at the organization, other teams, and be like, yo, I have the CTI team, they can help in this incident. We can gather the information and get whatever you need. And basically ask them, at least for these acute situations, these international cybersecurity incidents that are impacting your organization, like find out what it is that they actually need for deliverables, what they want for support, or something else, and then the format that they want it in, and then also the frequency. So that will help prioritize your collection efforts and the analysis that you perform on any of the incoming data. And so that sets the priority, that's the planning and direction, intelligence life cycle. And I give you some suggestions in the GitHub of what could be potential PIRs related to not only other security teams, but also what are your PIRs, or what are your requirements as a cyber threat intelligence analyst? So you're getting all this stuff for all these other teams, but what do you need to look at as well, right? So that's also something to take into consideration. So now we'll move on to collection for the intelligence lifecycle. And with this, I wanted to highlight a really great community resource by Curated Intel. And it's in the GitHub. I don't know, let's see, I'll try to click on it and share it. They did a really great job. And so what I would recommend is kind of having a template ready to go if you decide to do something like this. And have other people buy in with this particular template, and you can make it work for however it works for your particular organization. So you can perform the steps above that I just shared, or that apply to your organization or not. This will help bring to light if you have any collection gaps, or if you have a collection strategy. And if you don't have a collection strategy, like perhaps putting that on your roadmap, possibly something to consider. So with this, you want to potentially track the timeline of events, and all of these will be based on your PIRs, right? So, Microsoft releases a report, this vendor releases a report, on and on, this happens, all of that. And it's a lot of stuff. So I'd recommend breaking it down into cyber related news, and then just general awareness related news, so that you can go directly to the cyber section and know what's up without having to keep scrolling with all the craziness that starts happening. Another thing, you can track the threat reports that are released. You want to look at what the government is saying about it or giving you advice. Let's see, of course, new malware variants, like with the Ukraine invasion, that they're all the malwares, right? Keeping track of that, all the threat actors. And you also want to look at any TTPs that are released that you could possibly use for detections or adversary emulation, especially with, so gosh, there's just so many international cybersecurity incidents. But basically, if you keep track of really, really great technical write-ups for whatever the issue is, I can pretty much almost close to guarantee, don't quote me on that, but close enough that someone in your organization will find those technical write-ups very, very useful. So I always keep an eye out for that. Another thing, you of course have all of that on there. Mick Douglas gave some really great suggestions for the Ukraine and Russia thread, and it's in the GitHub as well. And I also wanted to point out that sometimes during these international cybersecurity incidents, you have to go to a lot of different meetings. So sometimes keeping those notes so that people can have high level notes of like, oh, okay, well, CrowdStrike's saying this, Intel 471 is saying that, these people are saying that, FBI is saying this. So just understanding and communicating that with your team so that everyone is kind of up to date with what's going on. And the one thing that I can stress the most about all of this is attempt to find the original source. So I love cybersecurity journalists. They do an amazing job. But I also really love going to the original research of whatever it is that they wrote up about, because sometimes there are details in there that I need in order to share with other teams to help provide more value as a CTI analyst. So now we'll get into processing part of the intelligence lifecycle. And basically, I just wanted to point out something that Errata Rob on Twitter said. He said, basically, you want to question everything. I'm paraphrasing horribly, so I apologize. These aren't his exact words. But you want to especially question information that you easily agree with. And so he had this thread on critical thinking. And, you know, as a academic person, like I really highly recommend critical thinking if you can. It's helpful. And the other thing is data dumps. They can be altered, videos and audio images. Let's see, First Draft News, they provided a toolkit with like, for instance, if you get some images and for whatever reason it's pertinent to whatever you're doing, you can reverse image search it. So just suggestions like that. These are like, you know, OSINT 101, but it's also great to remember that. And let's see, so there I have some suggestions for verification. Additional considerations, whenever I'm reading news sources, I think about who is sponsoring that source. And I think about the sensationalism of the source. I also think about associations related to that source of the information that's shared. There's a lot of things that I think about whenever I read something. Yeah. And then I also go into a little bit of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So a really great example of misinformation is the Snake Island with the Ukrainian soldiers, you know, and the Russian mothership, and they're all dead. And then later it turns out that they're not dead. The other one is they're just all there. And then let's see, I think Ukraine put out a really great infographic on how to spot Russian disinformation. And so please check that out, take a peek at it. Bringing awareness to what the disinformation campaign is, I feel is exceedingly helpful. So definitely check that out. And then a great example of malinformation is Conti leaks. So those are just some examples. And let's see, some of my favorite information ops, of course, is the Ukrainian soldiers with the cats. And, you know, this is Sunflower Con. So, of course, the sunflower seeds incident. And, oh, I don't know if y'all saw the Ukrainian that moved the mine with like a cigarette in his mouth. I'm like, that's just genius. There's a couple others on the GitHub that will hopefully make you snicker or laugh or something. So now we're getting to the analysis section of the intelligence lifecycle. And here, I really recommend like looking at the individual analyst skill sets. So if you have someone that's really great at like state nexus actors and all of that, you know, take a look at that for the PIR and assign it to that person for the analysis section. If there's a junior analyst that wants to learn that, of course, they can tag along. The other thing is, you know, if they have reverse engineering skills, you know, this crazy malware that's spreading via worm, blah, 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 like you might want to have that person on it. So it's just common sense things that sometimes might not necessarily be as apparent when there's a international cybersecurity incident going on that's impacting you. So just think about that and plan ahead. You know, you can communicate that with your team, like in the event something like this happens. And, you know, we have these PIRs for it. Like you're really strong in the TTP section. I want this person to learn. So you two go at it, you know, something like that. And having that done ahead of time. Finally, dissemination. I recommend keeping it simple. You know, potentially a lot of overtime will be involved in this. So you don't want to make it fancy and have all these things that people have to jump through the hoops. Like just make it simple, because honestly, even with these international cybersecurity incidents of Log4j and all of this stuff, right? Like there are other things going on that you still need to pay attention to. For instance, cybercrime and other things. So, you know, just remember that when you're spinning cycles on this, because you can't, I haven't figured out how to do multiple things at once very well. So if you have, more power to you, but I am not one of those people. So And then also feedback is really important. So during this process, building out that page, adding all the stuff, get feedback from your stakeholders. Is this what you're looking for? Is this what you need? And then course correct on the spot. Don't let it go a week. Like, take care of it right there in the moment. And then at the end of the incident, go back to your stakeholders and, did you like this? Did you not like it? Can we do this better? And then also to do a huddle with your CTI team. So I guess the last message I have is just be prepared for the next one. One of the issues that I had was that my VPN wouldn't let me download files in a reasonable amount of time. So I need to do some shopping for a VPN solution that isn't annoying. So it's like, and I didn't have that problem before because I had a different setup and I didn't test it for this type of scenario. So that was my bad. So just prepare ahead of time and get that all set up. Make sure you have the access that you need, and you too can get involved in international cybersecurity incidents, even if you're not involved at your organization. So thank you very much for coming to my talk, and I appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you, Cheerio. We have a question. Some magnesium CW. Are there any unusual or overlooked sources of information from your real estate life that we can bring into CTI?
I mean, honestly, the best sources of information are people. Like, I like I can dig through like the public reports and stuff like that and tax records and blah, blah blah. But honestly, like building relationships with people within the cyber threat intelligence community, I believe, has been the most valuable to me personally. And I just think people are very, very important, and like networking and building those relationships. I know that that sounds like a cop out, but honestly, based on my experience, like people are amazing, and there are some extremely talented people out there that also are willing to help and that are humble. So I'd say, start building those relationships. And during these incidents, like it's really great to have I guess an academic debate, or like have conversations about these things. So, and that's also something that I learned. You have for lack of a better term, like spies in the neighborhood that give you a heads up of, Mrs. Jones was meeting with such and such a person, or this person is looking to potentially sell. They were talking about, moving to another state. So then that person tells you, and then you end up meeting that person that has an intention of moving, and then you become their realtor, if they choose to go with you. So it's like, I guess informants, I don't know. I don't know how else to call them, but like building relationships with people and building that trust and being personable and being easy to talk with, and like having people that want to share information with you. So
right.
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, Joe mentions human to NoCent, human intelligence, and open source. I mean, when we went to buy our house in San Diego, having somebody who was in Sitch, down there in San Diego. I mean, we lived there before, so we knew what Mira Mesa was like. But having somebody down there who knew the area, who understood what was going on, the neighborhoods. This was an up and coming neighborhood. This one is not so good.
Oh yes.
Definitely. And it just goes to show, InfoSec people come from all walks of life, all industries, whether it be real estate, biology, cooking. I think I knew somebody who became a chef. My mentee is a EMT paramedic in the Chicago area, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, there's no place that we can't find ways to use the skills that we've got to get into security. So it's awesome to hear your background and how you used it to get into InfoSec. So it's awesome.
Yeah. What's so, for instance, also too, just really quick, when I had my client base and even my I guess, eyes on the ground or ears on the ground, for lack of, I don't know what to call them. So it doesn't sound nefarious, but I had like detailed notes, so that when I spoke with them again, because when you have a lot of people that you're interacting with, it's hard to remember. So I'll be like, all right, this person's birthday, of course, all of that information is secured. But if I remember meaningful things to them when I reach out to them again, oh, how's your daughter, or how's your pet, or like how's Fluffy, or whatever, like I feel like it builds that relationship and doesn't make it feel, at least I feel that way, like makes it more genuine. It is genuine, but like lets them know that you care about them more than just whatever they're willing to share with you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
They're people too.
Yeah, exactly. Any other questions from our chat? I see Ray's turned on his webcam. He's put on his suit coat. He's all professional now. He's put on pants probably. Hopefully. Oh, there's Bryson. No pants. We're wearing blazers. Okay. Let me. Okay, so this is the last huzzah here. Things have been going very well this week. Let me pin the right people. I'm not, because I'm not talent. So I'm going to try to pin everybody who's going to be on. So we're bringing in a bunch of, oh my goodness, it's hacks.
Hey Brian, while you do that, can I ask Cheerio a quick question?
Yes, please.
So Cheerio, you mentioned all these stories that we all recognize, the sunflowers and the landmines and the whatever. How do you differentiate when you see things on Twitter, whether it's real or not? Like what makes you decide that?
I mean, okay, this sounds bad, but I'm like, unless it'll help protect my organization, IDAF. Like, it sounds bad, but like, I'm like, oh, that's nice. Like
IDGAF. You mean,
yeah,
is that right?
IDGAF, yeah, whatever. Like I usually hold things in like a different way, like everything anyone says, period, regardless of who they are, whatever. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Like, I'll just take that as hearsay, and like move on with my life, unless whatever it is that's shared can potentially protect my organization, right? Or applies to my threat model. So I guess for a horrible way of describing this is like I kind of treat it like a movie, I guess, like I don't treat it as fact, or I just treat it as hearsay, like gossip, I guess. So yeah.
Very cool.
Greatness. So Brian, do you think we should start?
I think there's no time like the present.
Awesome.
I thank everybody for sticking around with us. This is our mega panel. We may have one or two more people come in. I'm not sure. I actually tweeted out a couple of folks. I don't know if they're actually going to be here. I thought, but I'm leaving it up to Joe. He was talent wrangling, making sure that all the talent was here. Hello, everybody.
I'll give the disclaimer that we have some people that are going to be coming and going, but this isn't like one of those wrestling matches where they put everyone in the ring at the end and then only one person remains. We have some people that have hard stops here in a few minutes. So
right now, y'all look like the Brady Bunch and stuff. So you got that going on.
Real quick, I just want to say real fast, this has been an amazing conference, and I just really want to give a huge thanks to Joe and Brian and John, who have been working just absolutely tirelessly for the last 48 hours. If you would like to show them your appreciation, the best way to do that is to donate. For the next hour, the panelists, the folks on this panel are going to be, several folks on this panel are going to be matching donations. So this is your chance, if you got a few more bucks, a few more Bitcoins, a few more NFTs or whatever it is, to double that value. Okay, so really, really, really hoping to finish strong in this last hour. If you're upset by something somebody says, please donate. If you like something somebody says, please donate, and we would love to match that out. So
awesome.
Rather than introducing
please donate.
Either way,
right.
Rather than introducing the panelists, because we got a lot of people coming and going and coming and going. I'm getting heckled in the chat, by the way. But whenever you answer a question, please feel free to give a brief introduction about yourself. And right now, we're going to start this off with this question: who's winning the information war? Leslie?
I think that we need to be less Eurocentric and American-centric here and discuss where the war is being fought. In America, in the Western world, I'd say, I mean, and Cheerio just did a wonderful, wonderful discussion on this, but I think that certainly Ukraine's winning the information war by far. But that isn't necessarily where Russia's targeting all their efforts right now. There are a lot of people reporting a ton of bot activity and information operations focused on like India right now, who Russia would really like to have on their side for fairly apparent reasons. And then we have the whole question of, you know, we think about like Facebook being our top social media here. So we're like, oh my God, they blocked Facebook, or they're blocking misinformation on Facebook in Russia. Yeah, but Russia uses VK. So what's going on inside the borders right now in their own social media? I mean, there's a lot of questions there.
Does anybody have a different opinion on that one?
No, hard agree on that. Yeah, absolutely.
I think you win. I think you win, Leslie. I think you just won with that particular answer.
Let me ask this, you win an NFT.
When did?
Oh, stop it, Bryson.
When did this start? Did it start in 2008, 2016, 2020? When did this information war that we're talking about right this week, when did it begin?
Oh, God. This has been going on forever, Ray. I mean,
longer than we've been alive.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to the 80s. We can talk about, you know, ideological subversion and the Soviets' attempts at that. We can go back to the 60s. We can go back to the 40s. We can go back to the 18th century. I mean, yeah, this is nothing new. It's the only thing that's changed in all those years is the medium by which we communicate misinformation and disinformation campaigns, right? I mean, if anything, you know, changed that landscape, you know, obviously the internet made things far more immediate. It gave everybody a little bit more power to their voice so that the, you know, minority voice can become suddenly so much larger. And it's, of course, you know, as Leslie already mentioned, you know, the capability to create bots in these massive networks of, you know, phony people spreading the information and really getting that out to the world. That's the only thing that's changed, right? Misinformation's always been there.
All right, if I think I hear you saying that my question sucks, so let me give you a different question. And
well, that goes nicely into your next question, Ray.
Yeah,
actually, I think that's a good lead into your next question.
So Alyssa, you I'm sorry, go ahead.
To Alyssa's point, one of my favorite quotes is from Mark Twain, and it is, "If you don't read the news, you are uninformed. If you do, you are misinformed."
Well, so Alyssa, you head up a division of a global organization. Are there any specific threats that we should be watching out for, or that we are watching out for, because the entire globe seems to unify around certain sanctions?
I mean, obviously, you know, there's, you know, the concerns of, you know, some of the concerns I've been dealing with any event are, you know, those of us that have sensitive information, which is probably just about every org ever, and have people in Russia, right? One of the big concerns right now is at what point may Russian officials decide to enter a corporate location or enter an employee's home and attempt to compel that employee in order to gain access to a network. You know, what we've seen thus far, there was a lot of excitement about, oh my gosh, you know, the Russian hackers are going to come after the Western world. Haven't seen a huge uptick, quite honestly, in that activity thus far. I mean, there's been some, and we've heard some, you know, things here and there, but you look at a lot of the more than usual activity is hitting the Ukraine for sure. But at the same time, there is chatter, right? So sanctions were a big one. When we started seeing sanctions introduced, that's where we started to see more dark web chatter. You know, my organization saw our name pop up because of some formal opinions that we and a few of our competitors released. And so, you know, we saw that information showing up in dark web channels. But yet none of it seems to be like a credible threat. A lot of venting. And I think that's because honestly, the groups that we worry about most from Russia are the ones that are more the state actors, right? And, you know, Russia, of course, will deny that. We'll say here that they're all funded by state actors, but the ones who would seem to get upset and like fire back on something like credit rating or sanction or whatever are going to be more your I hate the term, but the hacktivist, right? And those aren't the ones that we see coming at us with really strong backing and so forth.
Bryson, do you think the hacktivists are helping or hurting this whole situation?
I think it's too early to tell, right? We have certainly all weighed in on the hack back issue for a number of years. And here we have, I mean, hacking back, but on its own. We've seen some minor, going back to the more of the court of public opinion. We have seen the Ukrainian national anthem supposedly played on Russian TV. We have seen the Belarusian rail service for military transport taken down. I have seen other little random things taken. What did these accomplish? I don't think they've accomplished anything other than, again, helping to inform and more of the meme wars kind of thing. Now, we're going to get into the later question on what is this going to mean when we start talking about critical infrastructure and industrial control systems. When those start being on the line and those start getting affected, that I think is the big question mark, because that's what everyone is afraid of is we're all in glass houses and people are going to start throwing stones.
Yeah, so Jake, you actually did a pretty long tweet thread about this and had some insights that I hadn't actually even thought about before. Is it similar to what Bryce's take was, or is it a little different?
I mean, I guess I'll just say, that, yeah, I mean, I think we're probably closer together than we are apart on this. I think it's too early to tell the net effect of this, right? And we won't know that. We may never know actually the net effect. Actually, let me back up one and say we will never know the net effect, at least in the public, right, of intelligence operations that may have been disruptive. For those that missed the tweet thread, that really was kind of the core to it. Is that if you are targeting something, whether that's DDoS or even worse, right, trying to penetrate into a network and leaking data from it. And I say worse from the perspective of interrupting an ongoing intelligence operation. You just have no idea, again, what you could be impacting. On the flip side, I got to tell you, if I was Ukrainian and I were there on the ground, you couldn't stop me from doing that, because I could give a darn less about NATO and the West and what they are. I mean, from that perspective, feels a little bit like might have been hung out to dry. I don't care about your long-term intelligence. I'm fighting for my survival, right? And so I can see both sides of it. But here in the U.S., EU, general, like, hey, I'm gonna rally behind something and donate to the campaign, right? Don't go and hack something, because you're probably there. You're almost certainly doing more harm than good.
So, Adrian, we heard a couple of people today talk about criminal liability on some of that hacktivism stuff. Is there an exemption for if a nation calls out and asks for hackers? Is that an issue, or what do you think, Adrian?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm the hashtag not a lawyer. I'm probably not the right person to ask that question. But typically, what we've seen on that is, somebody needs a really good reason to go after somebody for something like that, and with the whole world united with Ukraine here, I have a really hard time seeing anybody really wanting to go after, somebody who hacks some Russian assets, in the midst of, kind of this kumbaya moment where everybody's getting together and backing Ukraine. But I think part of the problem is, with amateurs jumping into the mix, are they going to go after the right things? Kind of to Jake's point, or are they going to do a rug pull from Intel analysts on something that they've, worked really hard to get? And, it's, like I saw a tweet the other day, this guy with 134 followers, pulls down some of the Conti leaks and sees a directory called Zoom. And somebody's just saving time. It's short for Zoom info, and they're like, oh my god, Zoom. And I saw probably half a dozen CISOs post that to different Slacks and stuff like that, saying, so yeah, it's really easy to latch onto the wrong intelligence, get excited, jump in the wrong direction. Anybody who's done any kind of IR knows how important it is to keep a level head and really do your research before you pull the trigger on anything.
So, Leslie, do you
So-
think that Ukraine should be a digital no-fly zone? Should we all stay away from the IP address space?
I think I agree with pretty much everybody else on this call. There's a few different sides to this. So there's a side that Mel or Jake brought up that's the intel perspective. So you attack some sensitive defense agency in Russia, and maybe Ukraine's getting their intelligence through an implant there. And maybe you're drawing attention to that when they do IR there. So that's definitely something that has to be considered. And then, but on the other side of things, aside from the liability, there's also the critical infrastructure thing. I see people targeting Russian critical infrastructure, and like I have strong opinions about taking out. Obviously, given what I do for a living, I have strong opinions about anybody taking out water, power, medical care to civilians. That should be a no-go, even if
Leslie,
Russia is not making it a no-go.
Are we doing enough to protect our own industrial systems in the
That's
wake
the
of
next
that?
question.
Are we like people in glass houses throwing?
Can I finish my thought first, and then I'll move to
sure.
that. Oh, and then we can talk about ICS. But like the other side of that we have to talk about, though, is it is desperately important that Russians know what's going on right now. It is desperately important. And like I mentioned earlier, they aren't necessarily on our social media due to just divisions in that and different trends in different parts of the world. And then also all the sanctions that are going into place. Do I see value in them knowing what's going on, in things being put in front of their eyes? Yes, certainly. It's a very, very difficult decision, and we're going to see where it goes. Nobody can call it, I don't think, at this point. But ICS, yeah. So yeah, I'm very much opposed to anybody attacking any kind of civilian infrastructure. So turning off the water, turning off the power. Even if our enemies do it, we can't stoop to that level. That's horrific. People die. And in terms of that being turned around on us, well, that's what I do every day of my life, is incident response and critical infrastructure. And are we doing enough? People are trying, vendors are trying, security companies are trying, everybody's trying to catch us up. And there's been a lot of efforts, legislative efforts, and technical efforts, people building organizations like mine and like Bryson's. We are doing our dangest to get critical infrastructure into a defensible state. I wouldn't say that it is bulletproof right now, by all means. We have an incredibly disparate infrastructure, which relies a lot on security by obscurity in the United States, unlike other countries. So tons of different municipal providers, tons of different corporate providers. There's a lot of ground to cover.
I'm not going to interrupt you under any circumstances ever again for the next 24 hours. But so we were joking about I'm not a lawyer, but I think we got one, didn't we, Joe? Did we get a lawyer? Did somebody summon a lawyer here somehow?
We have a oh, sorry, Liz, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if you say lawyer 3 times in a row, somebody shows up to.
Normally, I just have to roll a d20.
So we have a question from our.
When people said, well, "There's no lawyers here" or whatever, I think the question was do people that are hacking as part of the call from Ukraine to hack, do they have any kind of, what's that letter called in the piracy world where you get a letter of you remember what I'm talking about, right? Where you're allowed to do
marquee. Letter of marquee.
Do they get a letter of marquee? Because it's an ally and the whole world seems to be united around this cause.
Well, and we get even funnier is, okay, so a government or a head of state has said, please help us. But you forget that all the systems that are being impacted, that, the folks are answering the call to help, but they're going across and using network switches, all those little pieces that are some other companies or some other countries' infrastructure or systems. So sure, they may not be prosecuted by a Ukrainian government.
I think we lost the lawyer.
She was on cell.
Okay. Well, this is for anybody. This is for you, Bryson, or you, Joe, or anybody else. Why did Russia miscalculate so badly on the global reaction to this one?
Well, Liz is back. Do we want to
Never mind. Let's continue. Let's continue.
But it just gets a little stickier when it's not just one, you don't have just one player, one piece that's going into it. That if you are, going in and, let's say, pulling something offline or changing something, is it a government-owned system? Did you go across a government-owned system, or did you start impacting a company's system, or someone else's data? It's not just one thing. It's like, oh, we won't prosecute you. Okay, well, were you a U.S. citizen going across networks across Europe, impacting a server sitting in one country, but customers or end users in a third country?
And this actually, it brings something to mind as of late, because Proton VPN and Proton Mail, they make their stance clear that they share nothing with no one, unless it's a lawful request from Switzerland. And I believe it's in episode 34 of Michael Basil's podcast, he breaks down where Proton actually shared VPN users' details, and the user was in France, and basically the user had committed a crime in France that was also a crime in Switzerland. So France formally requested Switzerland to compel Proton for the information, and they gave it up. So is that a situation that could very easily arise here from the perspective of obviously the criminal side, but then obviously also like the civil side for collateral damage to employees, getting the pantsuit off of you? Not, we're all on Zoom, so none of us are wearing them anyway, but
what about DDoS? DDoS typically affects a lot more people than the amateurs, or I guess I shouldn't even say amateurs. DDoS often affects other networks that are not necessarily the target. Is that different, or is that the same as credential stuffing or SQL injection?
Can we talk briefly about the fact that, when you're targeting DDoS, particularly like in contested area, that bandwidth is already at a premium, right? And so you are significantly hurting. Like I would argue probably worse in a lot of cases, at least for immediate impact, right? Versus, again, as Leslie kind of mentioned, the fact that somebody may be collecting off of, collecting intelligence right off of a given implant, right? That your incident response exposes. Sure, that's huge, right? That's what that whole thread was about, right? Last week, but they wrote last week, but the DDoS is a more immediate need, especially, or more immediate impact, especially again in areas where bandwidth is already, let's just say, congested in general.
Anybody else have a take on that? I mean, we've seen radio DDoSes this time around, right? People were jamming ambulance and police frequencies and stuff.
I mean, I think I'm not a lawyer, and I don't think even Liz is a warfare law lawyer. But that seems to be in a war zone when your enemy is using radios. Disrupting that radio seems quite within the rules of war, as far as I was educated in the military. So,
not particularly good radios, I think. We've seen, well, maybe that's propaganda. But
speaking of not particularly good radios, that's the part I can't really get over, is just the use of just consumer gear.
Well, Adrian, Jake and Bryson had a great conversation about this earlier, but my biggest question was, why did they leave the LTE network in place? And it sounds like they left it in place because they need it themselves.
They needed it for command and control of actual tactical assets. And going to what Leslie said there, I don't think that, I think when you're jammed, and we covered this in our session earlier, so I'm not going to rehash everything that I said with the session with Jake, but military RF is built to be resilient in a contested zone. Civilian is not. And so where you're having a crossover of ambulances or other municipal services being disrupted in a contested zone, you're not tripping the law of warfare there, because they're not being directly targeted, and there's not really direct physical harm from doing it that way. So I don't want to get any more into the asterisks. I'm not a lawyer and certainly not a warfare lawyer, other than the requirements I had for learning my rules of engagement when I was over there.
Is there a difference between I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Some of this may actually go back to what Marina was talking about in the opening keynote with regards to investment in terms of military, where Ukraine had invested in more modern tactics and Russia is still using more antiquated equipment as well. So that could play a role to a degree.
No, they have the appropriate gear for communications. Why they took civilian C2 in, I don't know, and we may never know, or this is one of those things when after Putin gets deposed, right? Let's all hallelujah that that we can figure it out in the archives.
I mean, you have to wonder to some extent how much of that is the delusion of we're just going to walk in there with our conscripts and take the place and scare them into submission in a day. You really do have to wonder how much of that is just pure audacity.
Conscripts
And then you want to have that. You want to have the LT network in play because then you're going to use it to distribute propaganda to everybody.
Right, and they only allocated 14 days, start to finish, based on some documents that I saw floating around within the crowdsourced investigation in Discord. February 20th to March 6th. So Putin and company, they were expecting to be done by tomorrow.
As a separate note, though, can we talk quickly about readiness as well? Because any of us here, I'm looking around here, a lot of us serve, and anybody listening here who was in the military knows all about preventive maintenance checks and services, or PMCS, down at the motor pool. There have been some fantastic threads, particularly looking at the wheeled vehicles, right? Where, folks have noted, right, that there are wheel bearing seals that are falling apart. There's dry rot on, these tires of these larger military vehicles. And that's typically from, not doing basic maintenance, right? I mean, let alone, moving the darn things, right? But like actually, doing basic maintenance. And so I wonder if we're that far out on readiness for stuff like vehicles, right? How far out of maintenance are we on, electronics as well, right? So some of the communications, I know folks have made jokes about the consumer grade comms, and while I'm certain that some Russian top tier units have, solid communications gear and whatnot, I wonder how much of this was just pure necessity, right? Where they just don't have readiness all the way down the ranks.
So let's talk about comms. Alexander, if it's okay for Elon Musk to ship Starlink satellite dishes, is it okay for Malware Jake to ship drones and dynamite sticks?
Yeah, so I mean, my opinion on that is, really just the coverage. I think, Elon, Musk certainly has a lot of items backing him if he decides to go and say, I can just do this. I can send them there. They get done. I think Jake probably does not have as deep of pockets in order to defend against that. But it's a question that I ask because I see that and the U.S. is pretty much providing the network for these attacks, for these command and control to occur. It does that. Can that be viewed as the U.S. Really getting involved? They haven't put literal boots on the ground, but maybe they put in some cyber boots on the ground, and it's that concerning. So I thought it looks like Jake's really ramping up to answer here.
Only in that I don't have dynamite. Right, so there is no dynamite to send. Liz, as the adult in the room, has already jumped in chat and said, "Please do not send the dynamite anywhere." And in particular to Bryson, right, who requested it in the chat. So there we go. I don't have any dynamite to send, folks. I'm so sorry. So there we go.
So Cheerio, I want to bring this back to some pragmatic advice. What should blue teams be doing right now as this war on goes? Do you have any advice for the blue teams that are out there trying to keep aware of the things that they develop?
Yeah, so like I said in my talk, it really depends on, unfortunately, it depends on your threat landscape, right? So if you have physical offices, in Ukraine or any of the areas that are under attack, like you would have a different threat model and a different threat landscape than, let's say, just a local company that's working out of, the United States, right? And also your vertical as well. So I think just having those conversations with your manager and helping them set the priority, because ultimately it's your manager and the security leads that are responsible for your actions. So I would align with the strategy that your manager and that your security leadership has decided for your particular organization. That way it'll help you reduce spinning cycles, on stuff that is needless. And like I've said before, there are other things to be concerned about, such as, I don't know, Conti ransomware group, right? Or like cyber criminals or other type of threat landscape that just comes out of the blue and like slaps you in the face, right? Like, so, and of course, you know, I believe on Twitter there was a debate or conversations like over the past that are like, you know, I think it was, you know, of course people give this like broad advice, you know, of like, yeah, that would be great, but like with larger organizations, like it's a big beast to like get moving in the right direction sometimes. Like you can't just push a button and like be done with, you know, whatever it is, like patching or whatever remediation strategy or whatever that is. So just having a strategy and a game plan based upon the size of your organization. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved, but like for instance, if you have something, you know, an organization in the area, you know, I believe Jake did a webinar recently on this, right? I think, right, for SANS. I could have swore you did. Yeah.
I did. I was just kidding.
Yeah. And so, you know, like listen to the smart people like Jake and those people that have been around a while and have seen stuff, if that makes sense, and your security leadership as well. So just be very practical. You know, you don't need to go reversing the wipers if you aren't really necessarily going to be impacted by that, first of all. Second of all, you have to think of how you can provide value to the organization, whether it's additional detections, mitigation strategy recommendations. Like, just think about the time that I'm spending doing XYZ. Like, for instance, the Conti chat leaks, right? So, you know, let's say you're an in-house cybersecurity analyst or even CTI analyst. You know, I've seen a lot of people like posting stuff on Twitter, like going through it at length. And so as an in-house person, the things, my PIRs for that, were we mentioned, were there any emails from my organization in there? All right, cool, bingo, bango. Like, you know, like the rest of it, I don't care. The rest of it's just like, if I have time in my own time, like I can read through it, but I know that people are going to be going through it like crazy. So I can look through people's reports and then grep through it later if I'm really curious. Like there's other things that I need to be doing. That's like, yeah, like the exit bin that are more important per se than listening to them, you know, talking about, you know, getting, I don't know, exiting Vim or whatever else, right? Like that's not going to help my org. So
there's a couple of things I really like in what Cheerio said there. Is one, just the idea of you don't need to necessarily like come up with this huge specific strategy for this is how we're reacting to Russia, right? Now, some organizations might include it where we're global. There are some things that are definitely like, we really have to respond to this now. But as far as like, you know, security of your network, I have kind of a love-hate relationship right now with this Shields Up thing from CISA, right? Like it started off, it was, in my opinion, awful. And sorry, Jen Easterly, if you're listening, but you know my opinions on this. It was just because it was so much, you know, Bryson was joking in chat, like, well, just patch your stuff. Use, you know, 2FA. Like, well, okay, yeah, that's all the stuff we should be doing anyway, but how has that helped me with dealing with this situation? Like, if I haven't been doing it for the last 10 years, how am I going to suddenly do it now? But since, and what's brought the love in is they've updated it and they've started to give, you know, very specific tools and you know, a lot more actionable information where you can take and go looking for specific vulnerabilities that would be used in, you know, TTPs by Russian actors and so on and so forth. And I think that's good information to have. But even still, like, okay, so you're going to go and you're going to do that because maybe your hygiene hasn't been good. Now you got to kind of justify it to somebody in your org, right? Like we want to, so that's great. Like use this opportunity, but don't use this opportunity to build a specific solution for this moment. Because the right answers are do all the things that you should have been doing anyway. Use this moment to drive some things that, yeah, you're doing it so you can, go looking more in depth for specific vulns or, other configuration issues or whatever. But set that up and set that messaging as this is going to be something we're going to do permanently. You do it that way, and now it becomes something valuable. It helps you in this moment of this particular crisis, but you're getting that added benefit of, hey, it's making you better overall security posture wise.
Good point. That's awesome. What do you think, Adrian? What's next?
Yeah, so I think an important point here is, when things like this pop up, they're incredibly exciting. They draw everybody's attention, but still, there are teams somewhere that are hyper focused on the situation right now that are going to get popped because of an open RDP port and get ransom next month. So, especially to what Bryson is saying, about just patch and things like that, fundamentals are still pretty important. It's important to understand how bad guys get in, to practice those fundamentals and not get too distracted by the shiny. But yeah, I'll hand over to Jake, for deep.
Speaking of shiny.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I guess, wow, there's so many different places to take this, but I'm going to address a couple of questions that came in chat, or one specifically around, the China-Russia piece, and basically, I know there's folks that are like, oh my gosh, they're working together. And I mean, there's actual reporting on that, at least I say working together from a, specifically requesting, China requesting not to, basically not to kick off the invasion until after closing ceremonies were done. And then, I know that there's folks that are worried. I've fielded multiple questions from folks on executive teams at larger organizations in the last week here about, will China and Russia work together from a cyber, offensive cyber perspective, right? Will they conduct cyber attacks together? And the answer there, in my mind, would just be no, right? No. And I don't see any benefit there. Again, it really helps to frame this. I find, at least, for me and the folks that I talk to, it really helps to frame this. And you think about cyber attacks, at least on the government, either sponsored or affiliated or whatever side, is to remember it's all an intelligence operation. And if you think for a minute that Russia and China are suddenly going to work together to conduct intelligence together, right, against these large scale targets, I'm going to go there and say no, probably not. One final thing I'll say here on the China piece before I wrap it up here, at least hand back over, is I'm getting consistent questions around oh my gosh, won't someone try and hide in the noise, right? They'll take advantage of the confusion, these other threat actors. And, I saw Leslie, visibly pained when I said those words, right? Yeah, I have about the same feeling on that, right? Maybe some cyber criminals, right? Although their jobs never stop, right? When it comes to nation state, nobody's, quote, hiding in the noise, right? First off, they don't need to hide in the noise generally. And if you were a nation state threat actor, right, who, wanted to do something noisy or needed to do something noisy, now is kind of the worst time to do it. Because, love or hate the shields up thing. And I have lots of feels about that as well, Alyssa. I'm with you. I think we probably agree more than we disagree. The reality here is that, because of all that, there are more eyes on glass. So, there's no noise to hide in, as it were. And now is one of the worst times, right, to go and conduct some stealthy cyber operation, because, again, you're more likely to get caught today, I think, than practically any other day. Now I'll shut up and yield the floor.
The limit of Russian-Chinese partnership is going to be economic only and limited. There is not going to be any joint operation, and even that, I think, is going to be very constrained. China is out for China. And so anything that starts to spill over, because China is the #2 economy in the world, and there are going to be impacts as this continues to be protracted. And I think in time they're going to, there's not going to be anything else. And I think it's interesting historically, because Soviet Union propped up China back in the 20th century to get their economy where they were, with a lot of sharing of military technology and manufacturing. And now the two are not even complementary economies. So even as they try to support them it's not going to just go smoothly, let alone the geographic distance problem that they have, because the locus of the Chinese economy is on their eastern coast, and for Russia, it's west of the Urals.
Great point, Bryson. Is Taiwan safer now than they were a month ago, or are they less safe than they were a month ago?
I think less safe in that the world norms are being questioned whenever there is an attack on a sovereign nation. And yeah, you know what? I think Taiwan is a sovereign nation. Fuck you, China, for thinking otherwise. I know that is not official U.S. government policy, but there's a reason that China has been making the very specific statements that they have. And it's been my prediction for a couple of years now that the biggest shift in the world is not going to be what happens in Europe, but is going to be when China takes Taiwan in the 2030s.
Calling the date.
So basically start collection now if you're a CTI analyst and you haven't already.
So you're telling me I need to shift from Russian to Mandarin and Duolingo?
Yes, you should have started that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I should have, but 10 years ago I lived in Virginia and I was trying to get a job at the CIA, so I took a semester of Arabic. Anyway, that being said, I do kind of feel like China, they may be, oh yeah, Russia, you've got our moral support. Good job, buddy. Meanwhile, they're watching to see how the world handles this so they can anticipate and plan how the world will handle when they attempt the same with Taiwan.
This was such a massive reaction. Like, this is the first time we've ever seen sanctions work like that effectively, that quickly, right? Don't you think China's seeing that and going,
whoa, Ray, stop, hold on, fuck that. Sanctions haven't worked yet. There's still a war going on. They are still the aggressor. Sanctions have not worked yet. Sanctions are doing things, but they have not worked.
Okay, that's fair. I just meant that they were way more widespread applied than we ever saw, like in Cuba or even Iran.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're sorry.
They're the most epic. Yeah, Bryson's right, but I don't think we've ever seen to this level. Like Switzerland got involved.
I think that part of that has to do with the tremendous charisma of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine and their valiant information efforts and their valiant efforts in general. That it's appealed to the world so strongly. But do keep in mind that Taiwan is a very different situation logistically, and just size-wise, things like that. An attack on Taiwan would look very, very different. But I kind of agree with Bryson. We don't know if sanctions have worked. We know they're having a big impact on Russian society. We understand that they're having a big impact on the Russian economy. But one of the things that the ghost in the room that we are not talking about, the I don't even want to say elephant in the room, the scary, terrible monster in the dark in the room that we're not talking about is how long they'll last. And I have no doubt that Putin and his advisors are counting on the short memory of the world's people. We've seen it before. We've seen people get elected on funds from companies who said a year before they would no longer donate to their cause because they did something horrific. The memory of people in our modern information age is short. And I think it is incredibly important to make sure that we hold companies and governments and officials accountable for maintaining sanctions if nothing changes.
Such a brilliant point, Leslie. I totally agree. Does anyone have an opinion about the strategy of front running the intel and predicting what he's going to do next for the week before? Like, did that work? And could it work again? I should clarify what I'm talking about. The Biden administration kept announcing things that you normally would not tell everyone that you knew.
Inadvertently, basically burning resources before, like burning secrets.
But it built massive global support, though, right? Because they told everybody what was going to happen, and then some of that stuff actually happened. Maybe not.
I'm going to go back on the sanctions. I'm going to be a little calmer now. It's personal for me, so that's why I get a little fired up. Is that the West has deliberately not sanctioned Russian oil. 43% of the Russian economy is oil-based. So they are still thinking from a selfish perspective with respect to what they are blocking. So going again to the sanctions are not full sanctions, let alone, again, we still have to wait to see the impact. That's the thing about the sanctions. They're either a deterrent, which has failed, or they are something that over time can grind capability and willpower, but has not had enough time yet. And then, of course, to going to what we're talking about here and what I just posted in the chat about a tweet that I did the other day, we do forget. We as the West have a very short memory.
Yep.
Americans have the shortest memory probably of any modern society, but the West as a writ large does too.
And if I could weigh in on that, you know, with regards to the quote nation state boogeymen, I will say that Russia, they have their technical capabilities, but where they really excel is disinformation and distraction to division. Without getting into a discussion about it in depth, I've seen indication where Russia could be behind QAnon and other similar ideologies. And if that is actually the case, then that's just another shiny object to distract people and create the next outrage after this is over to make us forget about that specific perspective. So even if we stop their military efforts, can we really stop their disinformation and their information ops perspectives?
That's a really good point too. I mean, I think I heard Chris Krebs, or maybe it was Alex Demos, say the other day, for a country that has this amazing information warfare capability, they kind of got their asses kicked in the information warfare ability for this particular week based on like the propaganda scores, right? Did I just say that wrong? Sorry, Liz, but that's pretty funny. Hey, Liz, what do you think about sanctions? Do you have anything about that?
Well, if you look at it, it's interesting to see that when we start going after the oligarchs themselves, that when their toys are getting taken away, that it kind of goes into the disinformation or the, you know, I'd say social media campaigns where it's you're chipping away at that, you know, inner support that I also just like to laugh at the thought of, oh no, you know, your second villa in Italy just got confiscated. Gosh, you know, that's interesting. Poor thing, as folks are. And then we saw, was it today, MasterCard and Visa are no longer conducted. Like, well, there goes the credit card economy. So, yeah, I think those are interesting because it's everyone else has pointed out, it's not necessarily going after the country. We're taking away his friends and that support of, you know, those around. So it's like whittling down that inner circle.
So there's, couple different disruptions that I think me and Alyssa wanted to talk about. And I want to bring up aircraft and vehicles. One of the places where we've seen interesting cataclysmic impacts of sanctions have been in those spaces, between legal and operational sanctions, and then restrictions on flight, and then the ability for Russia to maintain and purchase and lease planes. We've seen a huge impact on that, and also on their ability to buy things they need to produce automobiles. And that can have a very direct impact on an ability to do warfare. So I think that's something very, very interesting to watch and see if their airlines collapse, and see if they can still do things like produce vehicles. Not that they don't have other ways to obtain those, but that could definitely be significant. Alyssa, you had some comments on that as well.
Yeah, so mine's kind of the flip side, right? So, you know, and this is always the challenge with sanctions, right? And I know we talked about oil, and of course we intentionally didn't touch oil because if we did, that would massively hurt our economy. So the tough thing with sanctions is, how do you sanction somebody else who you have a strong economic relationship with? And so sticking to the auto and aerospace industry, you know, one of the biggest concerns right now for the Western world, and particularly the US, is that Russia is a huge supplier of titanium and palladium. So titanium is obviously what we use in the aerospace industry. That's a huge need. And so there are concerns already being expressed. I was on a call on, I think it was Thursday or Friday, and we were talking about this, just the, you know, what that means and how long can aerospace persist in manufacture with that shutdown. We've seen palladium and titanium are exploding. And for those of you who don't know, palladium is what we use in catalytic converters. right? That's how, and when we're making automobiles, that is a crucial element. We get more palladium from Russia than anywhere else. And so these are things where, yeah, it's kind of like, the short term, we're seeing the cost of those minerals go up. At some point we're going to start to see some more of the raw goods increase in price, and it won't be long before that starts to turn into a real shortage. So, when we think about how long do they last as well, how long does the, Western public accept that we're going to be impacted? We may have, where cars have already been problematic, automobile manufacturers already been problematic thanks to COVID. Now we're looking at increased problematic issues in that manufacture process, simply because we may not be able to get the raw materials we need.
Well, listen, this has been an absolutely amazing discussion, and I hate to put you on the spot first, but I'd actually like to hear the answer on this one from everybody that's on the panel that isn't late for their restaurant reservations or whatever else. What is the major lesson that we have learned or that we should have learned in the last 2 weeks?
I think you're gonna have to call us out, Ray, to go in order.
Bryson, you just stepped up to the plate when you said that. What lesson should we have learned, or what lesson have we learned?
The same lesson that we learned every time. It doesn't matter if it's on the playground. It doesn't matter if it's national security. Bullies are going to be fucking bullies, and you need to treat them as simply as such.
Cheerio. That's a great point, Bryson.
I'd probably say, honestly, the power of the human spirit, sorry to be cheesy, but the way that the Ukrainian people are connecting with at least my heart personally, it makes me want to fight more for them, if that makes sense. Like them showing the human side of it and connecting with, like, we're both humans, we have pets. Oh, look, we have pets in, in the shelter at the bottom. It just really humanizes the whole thing, because it's like war and the conflict, it's horrible. Like the deaths and everything, it's very traumatic, it's horrible. I don't like it. But when they show the human side and show, hey, we're both human, like it helps, I feel, connect more with the people and really feel for them and like garner that support or that buy-in to the situation to provide help to them in whatever way that we can. So for me personally, that's also a really great personal lesson. And too, like if you need help, instead of telling, tisk shaming people, like connect with them on a human level to get that support. So that's my personal takeaway as well.
Yeah, I'm actually going to follow up. I'm not even going to wait for you, Ray. I'm jumping in here because I want to follow up on what Cheerio said, because I think one of the other things that we've seen and we've learned, we started off this call talking about misinformation, disinformation campaigns. And I think what we've seen is just another illustration of those who are first with the message set the message, right? And that is so important when we're talking about that. And what it's done, and where this relates to what Cheerio was just talking about, is look at all the messaging that's gotten out there from the Ukraine, all that stuff, whether it's true or not, whether or not, all the soldiers on Snake Island died or not, those stories are getting out there and they're getting spread and they're spreading fast. And that's actually having a positive impact as well on the morale of the Ukrainians. So, the value in that can't be understated. And Ray, unfortunately, I didn't know what you were talking about with the Biden situation. I wasn't acutely aware of that, but that may very well be the strategy there too, that just by getting ahead of it and being the first with the message, now we're starting to see, okay, this is how we can kind of, take some control. Obviously, still the issues that we talked about earlier. I won't rehash those.
If I could weigh in next, what I've learned from this is I've seen a lot of human connection from like a social engineering perspective. And what I'm not talking about like phishing, vishing. I'm talking about people being able to resonate and have empathy for others around the world in bad situations. Things like this. The world is seeing the grit of the people of the Ukraine, how persistent they are. And I'm not going to quote the full meme, but the last thing I learned is There's a meme floating around about things you can see on Earth from space. I'll tell you the first three, and you can guess the fourth one. The pyramids, the Amazon, and the Grand Canyon. If you want to know what the fourth one is, you'll have to look it up. But that's the big thing about this. You know, for those of us who grew up in the era of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the Soviet Union, a lot of people just see that part of the world. Oh, well, it's just kind of Russian. You know, they hear somebody speaking, it's like, oh, they're talking Russian, even though it's not Russian. And being able to humanize and have that empathy that restores some faith in the world, at least in times that all of my faith has gone. And at the risk of babbling, the final thing I'll say is from Rage Against the Machine. Those who control the present control the past. Those who control the past control the future. I think I
don't
got
get us a
that in
DMCA. Please no DMCA requests here or whatever else. So guys, we have a couple more comments.
I didn't sing it. I did not sing it because I'm the person karaoke bars paid at last call to make people leave.
So we have time for a couple more comments. Does anybody else want to add into that this discussion as we wrap up?
Yeah, I wanted to follow on with Alyssa. She took the metaphor that I was going to use, that the importance of keeping your axe sharp. And we've seen that those that, especially the Ukrainians, they have their axes sharpened, ready to go. Having the people that control the messaging, first to messaging, like Alyssa said, you're out there, you're ready to go. You have a lot of others that are still trying to catch up, still trying to figure things out. We, as information security professionals, we've had those axes sharpened. We've practiced for this. We've studied for this. We've, been involved in keeping our axes sharp. I think that's just an important thing, that an important takeaway, that it's like, if your axe is not sharp, now is the time to sit down and get it sharpened. So, and that's just extremely important for when things happen, that your information security field, you're the person that they can come to for answers. Defensively, kinetic warfare, being ready. And I think Jake or someone in the chat made mention that they had the Russians had that dry rot on their tires because they are not doing those activities. They're not keeping their axes sharp, and that's very important. But yeah, I'll yield to everybody else.
Sure, I'll go. Hey, just 30 seconds here, real quick. I already have talked to multiple organizations, and obviously for confidentiality reasons, can't get into who or verticals or whatever, that have had self-inflicted wounds trying to move too fast to secure all their stuff today against imminent, nation state cyber warfare. Be smart, obviously, right? The best time to prepare, I think John Strand put this out before, right, was like a year ago. The second best time is today. Rock on, but be smart about it. Do not incur self-inflicted wounds preparing for something here, because you got to be methodical, right? That's it.
I hate to be a negative person. I'm going to go back to Bryson's comment in a bit. Stop saying Putin won't. Stop saying Putin won't if. Stop trying to put reason in the mind of somebody who wants to be a czar. Yes, he can think critically. Yes, he has plans, and they aren't necessarily informed by reality. I'm not sure he has a circle of advisors who are anything but yes men at this point. But stop saying that, oh, he's just going to become rational tomorrow, or he's going to see the error of his ways. Don't expect that. Stop expecting that. Plan for him to continue to do exactly what he's planning to do, to become a czar of a new Russian empire.
That's great advice too, as well. Does anybody else have one more before I wrap this up?
Yeah. And it's another thing where I'm going to reiterate something that Bryson said, but students of history are rarely surprised. And the more you study, whether it's when somebody got breached, or, political science, global situations like this, it's the patterns are there, and you can study them, you can prepare for them. And, clearly, I think that's one of the things that's really benefited Ukraine here, is they did prepare for it. They studied their history. They knew their history. I think the meme they sent out showed Kiev through the ages and Moscow through the ages when Moscow was just like a forest throughout all this time. And that was a not so subtle poke at, hey, like we know our history. We know what's coming. We're preparing for it. And
it paid off for them so far, right? I mean, they've definitely used that prep time to advantage, right?
And I think there's a corollary between that and being a defender in InfoSec, where just understanding that history can benefit you there as well.
Wow, that's a great point, Adrian. I love that kind of wrap up and close on there. Listen, when this invasion actually occurred a couple of weeks ago, myself and a lot of the other people on this panel had this feeling that we've got to do something. We got to do something with a capital D and an S. And I really just want to thank Joe and Brian for putting this together so that we can all do something. I would really like you to do something as well, and that is to donate to the charity that's going directly to those that have been impacted by this Ukrainian invasion. Please continue to do that. We will continue to match until midnight Eastern tonight. So please, please, please get your Bitcoins out, your NFTs out, and your PayPals out. And a massive thank you to the folks who put this together. And hopefully we won't have to do it again, but we're not going to rule that possibility out just yet because we got to pay attention to history, like Adrian said. So thank you very, very much, everyone. I really do appreciate it. And let's give Brian and Joe a round of applause from the panel.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. It all goes to Joe. Joe said on Monday, he's like, hey, I want to do something. And I said, I'm here. What do you need me to do? We just literally launched this Twitch for BreakSec podcast and some of the other content we're planning on doing on Sunday. So it was like a day later, and I was like, let's do it. I don't know how to use Streamlabs for shit, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll do it in production. Whatever. We'll do it on the fly. So all thanks to Joe for making this happen and getting the talent wrangling and stuff. I'm just a dumb pipe here. So, but I do appreciate all of the people who've decided we were worth joining and following on Twitch, and we've got more stuff coming. And we definitely want to continue showing the love to novaukraine.org. And thank you all for your time and effort. I mean, we've had some of you on our show. We hope to have some more of you on at some point in the future. But yeah, thank you all, Alyssa, Cheerio, and Adrian, Ray, Bryson, Alexander, Jake, Liz, of course, lawyer Liz, and Joe, of course. So thank you everybody for coming. Everybody over in Twitch land and Twitch universe here, where I started out wondering if this was actually going to work at all today, and thankfully it worked out. And I'm just sitting here shaking like a chihuahua, surprised that this actually worked out. So thank you everybody for this panel, and thank you all, and don't give up, and hopefully these folks in Ukraine will continue to kick ass and show Putin they're not pushovers, and they're gonna prevail. So. Thank you, everybody. And that pretty much ends our conference. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to all these folks in the panel. They all have Twitter handles. I posted them in the stream chat. And continue to help out. So continue. Yeah, I know it's starting to crackle. Thanks, Pastry. All right, everyone, have a great week. Take care of yourselves, and as we are fond to say here at BreakSec Podcast, take care of yourselves because you're the only you have. And thank you again.
Indeed. Thanks, everyone. And like Ray said, hopefully we don't have to do it again, but if we do, it'll definitely be better coordinated next time. And thanks everyone for agreeing. Hey, I'm one to own the mistakes. We put this together very short notice. We were talking about it beforehand, and Brian was worried about things. I was like, they can't come expecting an RSA experience when we're using the term pop-up conference.
That's true.
That's
true.
So with that being said, thank you for everyone for participating. Thank you for joining on Twitch. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for everyone taking time out of their day. But with that being said, be in touch, stay in contact with your network and help how and when you can.
Right on. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.